Let us continue to collaborate, innovate, and share best practices to transform education and prepare the next generation of contributors to our ever changing world, shaping a future where creativity and technology empower learners everywhere. Our mission, sustained by EASE, to equip young minds with the skills needed to thrive, has never been more critical. Global skill shortages in STEAM related fields urge us to adopt holistic, interdisciplinary strategies that empower learners for the challenges of tomorrow. STEAM is not just a trend, it's a philosophy. It's a foundation of 21st century education. It embodies our commitment to interdisciplinary learning and breakthrough innovation. This summit is more than an event. It is a celebration of curiosity, collaboration, and the boundless potential of the human mind. Whether it's an engineer inspired by nature patterns, a musician exploring mathematical rhythms, or a coder designing virtual storytelling, this intersection of disciplines is where innovation truly takes flight. I encourage each of you to connect, collaborate, and most important, keep playing with ideas. Over the next hours, we'll explore diverse insights and meaningful dialogue that will inspire anyone passionate about the future of STEAM. The challenges facing our world require minds that can think both analytically and creatively, that can code and create, that can solve equations and tell stories. That's the power of STEAM, and that's why you are here. Let's make the most of our time together. Welcome to the EASE Summit, where science meets arts and innovation becomes reality.
It is an honor and pleasure to join the fourth European Summit of STEAM Educators, and I would like to congratulate you on this outstanding initiative. Building a transnational network, such as the European Network of STEAM Educators, requires determination and effort, but also a vision. This vision embraces novel approaches to teaching and learning embodied in transformative STEAM education. It recognizes the essential competencies for the 21st century, including critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving skills. It promotes dynamic, participatory learning processes needed to acquire such competencies. In addition, STEAM teaching and learning, which combines science, technology, engineering, and mathematics with arts, social sciences, and humanities, is not limited by disciplinary boundaries, as real life does not know such boundaries. This vision also recognizes the crucial role of STEAM educators as the agents of change. Without dedicated educators from inside and outside of schools, the transformation in education cannot happen. The educational transformation, as any other innovation process, requires an interplay between policy and practice. I'm happy to introduce a recent policy initiative at EU level, which was adopted in March this year as part of the broader Union of Skills initiative, the STEM Education Strategic Plan. Its goal is to advance STEM education in Europe which is considered crucial for the green and digital transitions, for a democratic society, and individual empowerment. Actions proposed by the STEM plan are currently being implemented. Let me mention, for instance, the pilot STEM education centers, an EU STEM competence framework, and a European STEM week, among others. Supported by Erasmus+, the pilot STEM education centers for schools will combine formal and non-formal learning environments. They will bring together schools with local community actors, such as science museums, public authorities, cultural associations, and businesses in STEM learning ecosystems. This is expected to stimulate educational innovation and social inclusion through a holistic view on education. The EU STEM competence framework will aim to consolidate STEM and STEAM concepts by defining learning outcomes. This has the potential to inform curricular development, teacher training, impact assessment, and support cooperation between policy and practice in the long term. Finally, the European STEM Week will build on existing initiatives across Europe to raise awareness about the value of STEM education. The goal is to challenge social stereotypes and cultural biases and attract underrepresented groups such as women, students with a lower socioeconomic or migrant background, and with disabilities. The European Network of STEAM Educators has already been involved in consultations on EU initiatives. We are very grateful for this valuable contribution, and we count on your involvement in the future. Thank you for your attention.
Hello everyone, welcome to my presentation. My name is Mustafa Kemal Ambar. I am from Cyprus. I am the founder of Kandela Robotics School. I'm passionate about robotics, artificial intelligence, and sustainable technology education. Over the past years, since 2021, I have been working on initiative projects and educational programs to aim to inspire both children and the young people to explore STEM fields in a fun and creative way. And I would like to give details about Kandela Robotics School. Kandela Robotics School is an educational initiative dedicated at teaching robotics, coding, and artificial intelligence to students of all ages. Our mission is to make technology accessible, inclusive, and engaging for everyone. We design workshops, training programs, competitions where students can learn by doing, building robots, programming smart systems, and exploring the connections between technology and sustainability. Some activities include workshops, STEM fields for children and young learners, robotic coding courses with using Lego, Arduino, and AI tools, sustainable learning-based projects such as smart recycling systems, renewable energy systems, and ICT education. And our aim is for our modules is the general aim is to teach them using with sustainable designs to make a generation of problem solvers. And today, I would like to introduce our modules is integrating sustainable living into ICT education. robots with recycled materials. As we all know, we have this climate change and the ways are pressing global challenges, and we need to do something, especially in the education methods also. And the ICT education is often ignores sustainable aspects, and our aim is to combine robotics and recycling materials to teach both coding and environmental responsibility. In this modules, our aim to how we can give this robotic education system using with recycled materials for both in the teaching and for giving the students the environmental responsibility. Also, we have some we face with some educational gap during this research, and we realize that the traditional sustainable education is often remains theoretical and generalized and lacking personalization and authentic real-world engagement for students. And the AI has a good potential on this one, so artificial intelligence can provide adaptive learning pathways, real-time feedback, and impressive scenarios aligning with constructivist and inquiry-based approaches. And the purpose of this study is to design and evaluate an AI-driven sustainability module that engages students with practical challenges while enhancing critical thinking and collaborative problem solving. And using with this idea, we come up with three research questions. First question is, how can recycled materials be integrated into robotics-based learning education? Question 2, what skills do students develop through this approach? And the question 3, what are the environmental and educational benefits of using eco-friendly materials? And of course, for answering this question, first of all, we need to take a look at theoretical frameworks, and we come up with these two theoretical framework. The first one is constructivist learning theory, and the second one is inquiry-based learning. In these two theory is very similar and is very helpful to design our methodology, because in the constructivist learning theory, it says the learners actively construct their own understanding rather than passively receive the knowledge, and the learning is the most effective when tied to authentic real-world experiences, and AI modules can simulate realistic sustainable problems. Inquiry-based learning is the students ask questions, investigate, and discover solutions through the guide inquiry, encourage critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration, and AI can provide dynamic scenarios and adapt questions, tasks based on student progress. And the role of the AI in strategies, these frameworks, is the personalization, feedback, simulation, and equity. Now I would like to give the details about our methodology. In this flow charts, we cut in our methodology, we cut in two parts, research part and sustainable practices part. In the research part, first the students need to take a look which tools that we need to use. We start to learn the tools, then what kind of technology that we can need, and then how we can design. Then in the sustainable practices, that the software's environmental implications and AI and XI technologies. And the details for our methodology is, first of all, we start with the pre-assessment. We give the student existing knowledge, introduce the fundamental concepts, what is the robotics, what is AI, how we can use them. For the giving these assessments, we give the instructions using with working with the Lego robot sets. First, they start to using with the Lego materials to design the robots, because they already familiar with this equipment since their childhood. They already familiar. For this reason, it's gonna be easy for us also to give them details start from the Lego. Then after the Lego, we start to give them step-by-step Arduino and recycling materials robots, and then we start to make our applications. In the applications part, is students apply their knowledge to complete the task. Projects are linked to real-world problems. Then we get the feedback. So what kind of problems that you have, maybe in your school, in your house, in your living area, and how you can help to solve these solutions. Maybe you are not going to solve 100%, but what kind of idea that you have that even that you can thought that it could be help. Then we start to design the projects. Then if the student has already been achieved for the designing projects with using all the tools that is already learned before the courses, then we say that, okay, the students move to the next stage to design the project. Or if it is no, then we say that, okay, we're gonna make a attempt to learning loop. Then we go to take a look again, what's the missing concepts are retold. The student practice again to fill the knowledge gaps and come back with again the projects and the continue. Using with these methodologies, I would like to give you two different case studies and real world examples. One of them is that we done is 2023 summer. Our project's called is Caretta Caretta, a cleaning beachside robot. This project is funding by European Union under Seeing projects. We have two collaborate associations. One is the Kojareis Bungalows, Mrs. Jamila Kojareis, and the other one is Famagusta World City Association, Mr. Serdar Atayi. With our collaborate associations, we come up with this Caretta Caretta beachside cleaning robot idea with our students. First, we start to think what we can do for the cleaning the beachside, because these two associations and the Mrs. Jamila Kojareis and Mr. Sadar Atayi is helping to clean the beachsides in the Famagusta and Kairinha sites. And when we meet them, they say that we have lots of problems about collecting small microplastics. So for this reason, they want to see how we can help them for collecting this plastic wastes from the beach side. Then we say that, okay, we can make some robots to help to collect these plastics. So plastics means the small pieces. So we come with the two most examples that we face on the beach side is cigarettes and bottle caps. Then our robots, we start to design our robot regarding with these two waste bottle caps and cigarettes. On the picture that you can see that we design using only bottle caps, our turtle, and we choose to design as look like a turtle. Behind the reason is in the Cyprus and especially in the Mediterranean area sea, there is one special turtle that is living around the beach sides. It's called Caretta Caretta. And Caretta Caretta is during the year, it's visiting our beach sites and it's leaving our beach sites, and it's very symbolic for our islands. And we would like to make some banding and combination with nature, with the community, that they can be familiar with the Caretta Caretta. And when they see this, looks like a turtle robot, for the students and for the kids and for all the people can be attractive, and they can be help us to make more clean beach sites. For this reason, we design our robot look like a turtle. And for combining with the robotics, of course, we need to use some electronic pieces. We apply to use the Arduino. In this turtle projects, the Caretta Caretta has two robotic arm and two ultrasonic sensor and one Raspberry Pi special camera. What is doing is this. When ultrasonic sensors realize some object in front of the robot on the surface of beach sides, it gives the information to Arduino system. Then the Arduino gives the information to Raspberry Pi to check from the special camera if this object is a bottle cap or cigarette. And if it is a correct object, then the arms start to work and try to collect and put it the back side of the robot. This was a prototype. Our aim to show how we can make a robot using it on the recycling materials, and we show that we can improve this robot to make a more effectively work. And we have also small interview, but unfortunately we don't have enough time that I can show you, but I just want to show this small part of the video that you may see our robot, how it is work and how it is look like. On the bottom, you may see, now there is no voice, but I would like to just only show you how it is look like. Our robot looks like, as you can see, that we have a two ultrasonic sensor. At the middle, we have a Raspberry Pi camera. With this ultrasonic sensor, first is detect the object, then it's give the information for the Arduino, then the Arduino to Raspberry Pi, and Raspberry Pi camera decide to check if it is a cigarette or if it is a bottle cap. If it is not both of them, then it's not going to take it, because it means that that's not the correct object that we need to collect from the bedside. And we make this testing in the Famagusta bedside, Kojare's Bangalore area, and also we make a practice in the Kairinha bedside. But as I mentioned earlier, this was a prototype and now is not working effectively 100%, but our aim to design more effectively robots during the next years. But with these projects, we finish our idea that we show that our idea can be work, and we make, using with this methodology, we can make these kind of projects to improve our knowledge and with the students. And in our group, we have 3 high school students and 1 university students. Of course, first, the students can get workshops and training process 1 year about Lego, Arduino, and programming. Then we start to design this project. Then the following project is Smart Waste Bin project. It's called EcoRobot. This project also is funded by European Union under Swift Space project. What we done is first we collaborate Famagusta Municipality, Famagusta Development Center, Kairinha Municipality, and Nicosia Municipality. What we done is first we go to beach site in Kairinha and Famagusta. We make a beach cleanup events with Candela Robotics School students and also parents also joining us. It was very amazing experience that we worked together with the parents also. We collected all the garbage from the beach site. We start to categorize them with the plastic, paper, and metallic. We clean them. Then we start to use these materials, our smart bins. And during these events, also we get help from the association. It's called the SPOT. SPOT is a special association to help turtles in the beach side, because especially in the beach side of the Kairinha, we have lots of the place the turtle can visit and their houses, and we don't want to give any problem the turtle houses. For this reason, Spot can come and help us to not give any problem that their houses. So we just want to get this waste from the beach sites to make our projects. After the categorize and clean our recycled materials that you can see on the picture on the right side, we designed our bins. As you can see, these bins is totally 100% is recycling materials bins. Then we make them automatic bins. How? We put, using with the Arduino technology again, we use ultrasonic sensors. Whenever you show your waste to your object to this ultrasonic sensor, it's going to open that to box holes to help you to put inside your waste, if it is plastic or if it is paper. We done this bin at 12 all around the Cyprus total. We give, you may find in the Famagusta Municipality and also in Famagusta Development Center, Kairinha Municipality, Nicosia Municipality, and also Nicosia Children's Center. And also in Nicosia, we have one colleagues is called Black Social Coffee Shop. Also there, we use these smart bin projects. And also we joining with these projects, we visit some schools in Cyprus, in Kyrenia, Nicosia, and Famagusta. We visit them and we show them how we can make these smart bin projects, and we make a small workshops to show them how they can also design this kind of projects. We start with these small basic workshops using with Arduino and using with small pieces to make a design, using with solar panel cars, using with ultrasonic sensor to let's on and off projects, and we give them some idea that they can design also this kind of projects using with our methodology and using with these technologies. Because as we all face, some students, whenever they see some more cables or different kind of colors and etc., they might be scared to use this electronic devices, but these are not scared at all. Just they need the time and they need to environment that they we can give them as a fun way and as a creative way. Then they start to touch, they start to learn more, they start to motivate themselves. So beside of these two projects, we come up with some benefits and contributions. Is the low cost robotics education accessible for everyone? Students learning coding, design, and sustainable awareness, encourages creativity and teamwork, promotes sustainable living practices through the hands-on ICT education, improve the problem solving and technical skills, positive feedback from the teachers on engagement and motivation, and practical model for schools in Cyprus and beyond. Conclusion is the robotics with recycling materials can bridging ICT skills and sustainability. So we believe that we design very good bridge between these two, and the hands-on projects is always a stronger learning and eco-awareness, and local initiatives can inspire global educational practices. And also, we had three scientific research on this methodology. We have already one paper is published. If you want to see more details, you can send me an email, and I would like to share our paper so you may read it. And other two of these on the way is under the review, and it will be published sooner. We make also some survey to our parents and also our students about these methodologies and about these education modules, how they can satisfy, are they happy, are they happy to design this kind of robots or not? And we come up with these positive feedbacks, and we use all these results, our papers. Before I finishing my presentation, I would like to big thanks all our collaborate associations, all our collaborate friends, educators, students, and parents. And you may see their names on this slide. And thank you so much who joined this event today with us and who listened our presentation.
With so much information at our disposal, both teaching and learning science can be overwhelming. So I have a question for you. Do you remember the last physics problem that you enjoyed solving or proposing without feeling overwhelmed? No matter the answer, you should not be ashamed because I have a deal for you. I get to have your attention for several minutes, and you get to receive a unique experience in teaching nuclear and medical physics. If I manage to convince you, then I welcome you aboard.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Patrick Joshua Biro, and I'm a 24-year-old medical physics graduate at University of Oradea, Romania. As you can see, this presentation entails a lot of physics, specifically nuclear and medical physics. However, regardless of whether you teach physics, chemistry, history, or philosophy, you will see for this presentation that if we aim to bring meanings to these topics in our high school classes, not only can we help our students understand them better, but also help them see that these are an essential part in our world. I wish for this presentation to not only be an information source, but also a story that I very much would like for you to take part in. So let's turn the first page of this story, and I hope you enjoy the experience. So what's the issue exactly? We're primarily speaking about misconceptions that students, even in high school, can find incredibly easy to pick up and equally difficult to correct. This mission of identifying and correcting scientific misconceptions can be very difficult both for teachers and students alike. This can bring about feelings such as guilt, shame, overwhelm, or even anxiety. And a special case of anxiety is the so-called radiophobia. Now, radiophobia is not the fear of radios, but rather the irrational fear of ionizing radiation, such as X-rays and gamma rays. This is fueled by two main factors, and they're as follows. The first factor is represented by misconceptions when it comes to atomic models, nuclear structure, and interaction of radiation with matter. The second factor, however, is a bit more nuanced and involves media and the misrepresentation of nuclear disasters that indeed have unfortunately happened, and once again, the interaction of radiation with matter. Experts suggest that this fear can be addressed through public workshops and professional organizations that influence school curricula. As a consequence, each classroom has the chance of bringing about open discussions and debates about the responsible use of nuclear technology, because as we know, knowledge comes hand in hand with responsibility. International research has recently shown that there are a number of misconceptions when it comes to atomic models, interaction of radiation with matter, and nuclear structure. For example, Cardoso and his collaborators have shown in 2020 that students perceive radiation as harmful to life regardless of the nature of radiation. As contributors, we of course have the media and the misrepresentation of atomic models. In an equal sense, students' misconceptions are more dangerous when they are not opposed to scientific explanations, as shown by Silva and Trindade in 2022. And let's pause for a moment and reflect. What is the most commonly represented atomic model in cartoons, TV shows, movies, and even t-shirts? That's right, we're talking about Rutherford's planetary model, which, as we know, is outdated. When I taught nuclear and medical physics at a 12th grade classroom, I've noticed that this is the exact same tendency. Not only that, but students also tend to confuse physical models, such as Bohr's atomic model, with inventions or practical applications, such as medical imaging. Why is it important to know all these things? Because we can not only help our students shape their critical thinking, but also turn the problem on its head. And this leads to our first AI activity. I've appropriately named it Battle Against an Evil Scientist, and can be very easily used with ChatGPT, for example. What should the student do here? He, of course, uses ChatGPT and tells it within a prompt that AI should imagine itself as a mad scientist who wishes to disinform 12th grade students on atomic and nuclear physics. AI should also imagine a list of 5 wrong facts that are so plausible that it's actually dangerous. The AI should keep in mind that the prompter is a 12th grader, so it should exclude any kind of information that is beyond it. And the AI does exactly what it's told to. It gives at least 5 wrong facts about atomic and nuclear physics that are for the student and the teachers to correct. This activity may seem childish at first glance. However, it starts from a common experience that we as adults also have. Have you ever used ChatGPT, for example, and noticed that it hallucinates, that it presents or fabricates misleading or even wrong information? That's right. We use this to our advantage as a catalyst of learning and not as its substitute. The evil scientist persona that we've imagined through AI is specifically intended to give plausible misconceptions in order for the teacher and students to challenge them by debate. Essentially, we bring about a genuine interaction in the classroom and we promote storytelling in science teaching. Not only that, but also imagine how many times have you noticed that your students are used ChatGPT in tests, exams where you specifically told them not to? You've noticed this, I'm sure, by the fact that AI tends to either simplify or even exacerbate the information or just distorting it from time to time. We don't ask students to specifically ask for the correct information, but instead, by asking it to give wrong information that is purposely wrong, we can give some context in the classrooms in order for the debates to begin and for the misconceptions to be challenged appropriately, which is exactly what we need. There are at least 2 other advantages to this approach. It can serve as a great icebreaker even for more anxious students without judging them for this. And it can also be adaptable very well to other contexts. For example, in history lessons. I am a history teacher in Europe pseudoscientist who does their best to mislead me in the history of ideas. Give me some challenges in atomic and nuclear physics that together with my high school students, I can debunk. This is for the history classes, of course. Or you can even adapt it to philosophy classes. Imagine you're a conspirator who wishes to influence philosophers through misconceptions regarding atomic and nuclear physics. And AI, of course, does exactly what it's asked to. Isn't it wonderful? As mentioned before, there is a special term when it comes to irrational fear of ionizing radiation. This term is called radiophobia, and if you look at the list on the left, we actually have a bit of a reason to fear of ionizing radiation because all of these nuclear disasters that have unfortunately happened through history. Keep in mind that this is only a selective list, and the actual list of nuclear disasters is actually much longer. How can we challenge this in our classroom? In Japan, for example, research has shown that a conceptual understanding of atomic physics can be gained in order to significantly reduce students' fear of radiation. And how does this happen? By evidence-based learning, and also when it comes to active teacher involvement and dedicated questions and answer opportunities. But what do we do when we don't have a dosimeter in us? Well, in Romania, for example, I've noticed that almost half of my students have named anxiety as a main element when studying these topics, except that this fear is more correlated with their perception of excessive abstractization and lack of knowledge about real-world applications. Sooner or later in high school, students are familiar with the law of radioactive decay. In Romania, for example, it's studied at 12th grade. We've imagined an AI action that is called half-life and full insight. What are our objectives here exactly? Well, first, students should be able, at the end of this activity, to apply half-life and decay constant formulas to verify AI outputs, to understand alpha, beta, and gamma effects in medical contexts, but also addressing radiophobia and public or patient understanding of radiation. And because structured teaching and learning is key, let's see what are the precise steps needed for this activity to occur. Firstly, teachers should provide the context and mission to their students, of course. As most of us know, when it comes to radiotherapy, doctors have to choose the best radioactive isotope for cancer treatment, depending on several parameters and, of course, the actual tumor. AI tools can provide decay data, but students have to ensure that these results are correctly interpreted. Students should firstly calculate remaining activity using half-life and decay constant formulas, ensuring that the AI outputs are accurate. After that, students identify the decay types alpha, beta, or gamma, and discuss the implications for tissue penetration and safety. Finally, students make recommendations for isotope selection, considering treatment duration, stability, and radiophobia awareness. This activity not only has an immense interdisciplinary value, but it also helps students shape their awareness when it comes to real-life applications of atomic and nuclear physics. AI calculates remaining activity after 30 days in percentage for students to verify and interpret. However, they take the role of medical physicists with the help of a teacher, and they make the final call. They use the decay formula that they are or become familiar with, and they calculate the fraction that remains for each isotope. Students identify the decay type for each isotope, and they discuss how that affects treatment. For example, gamma penetrates tissue, beta travels short distance, alpha is highly ionizing but has short range. In order for the knowledge to be even better structured, they answer the following questions at the end of the activity. Which isotope is most suitable for a short 1-month treatment? Which decay type is safest for surrounding tissue? How would you explain to the doctor why one isotope is preferred, considering activity, half-life, and decay time? This is specifically because, for example, the doctor doesn't necessarily know the law of radioactive decay. However, they as medical physicists do, and they can explain to the doctor, in their language, so to say, why one isotope is preferred and the others are not. So, we've seen that these activities have helped students use AI for their own good. They not only shape their critical thinking this way, but also take an important part of challenging misconceptions and even radiophobia. However, when it comes to specific elements that students remain with, they are as follows. Mathematical description of physical laws that we see in radioactive decay specific types, communication skills that are required in a multidisciplinary team, and the difference between irradiation and radioactive contamination. And with that, thank you for your attention. You look radiant today as always do. I had the occasion to write a book in Romanian about nuclear, atomic, and medical physics teaching. I also plan to translate it in English, of course. And if you wish, you can find me on Facebook and LinkedIn. And I very much hope that this presentation has served your interest.
And welcome everybody. My name is Peter Fuchs. I am from Hungary, and now I am going to tell you more about Make Redbox, our company which we started like 10 years ago. And we were a traditional makerspace back then, and we wanted to work with both kids and adults, but we quickly realized that we can only survive by working with kids from a certain point. And we started to move to this direction. The main idea was that maker equipment, electronics, 3D printing, laser cutters were all around us, but we could not easily translate the joy of making to everyday activities. And this is why we started to do projects with kids aligned to specific equipment or specific later to specific storylines, and gave them some real world examples. And we quickly realized that kids are invigorated by the challenges we are offering to them, and our approach became widely successful. So our idea was that we are only a small makerspace near the capital of the country. How we can reach more schools, more kids, more students without overtraining ourselves, without having to go to every single school and show them the joy of making, the joy of creating new things with your mind and your hand. And we came to the conclusion that we have to involve more and more teachers by giving them materials, making them understand how to be able to work with the same equipment, the same environment, and start creating things. And it also become quite clear that our age group is 11 plus, where you have the most impact on how to foster creativity in this environment. We also work with different age groups, but these are the where we are the most successful at. And we created 4 storylines. These storylines are the main focus of the creative energies the kids are going through. Each of them are quite different, and it's very hard to, for example, to tell you which is my favorite, because I have moments in every one of them. And you will see that the teachers who are working with these materials all have their favorite moments, no matter which storyline is the one they are using. Superheroes is a journey in your own emotions, in your own expectations on your place in the society. Superheroes is a really easy to grasp concept, yet there is a awful lot of creative energy which we can free, which we can use with the kids in this material. They are using the usual stuff. I mean, 3D printers and laser cutters, microcontrollers to tell their stories. But they are not going to present it like a text only. They do that, but part of the whole concept. But as you can see, they are creating awful many objects to formulate their thoughts. And in some extent, this is what making is about. A new way of communication, a new way of showing what you are capable of. The next material is Green Engineers. This is the most STEM-oriented material. The path is let's say the least creative one, but they still have a large freedom of creativity in this particular course, and it's a journey to Mars. in which they only can proceed with the story if they build a prototype. And altogether, there are like 6 to 8 prototypes to build. It's an all scripted experience, but still there is a lot of room for the creativity in this one. The City of Future is the most popular of our materials, but we really did not want it to be the city people who only do this city thing, and people can't understand that our approach to STEAM education, our approach to making, is much more diverse. So we do not want it to get into the box of the city people. Yet you will see that most of our teachers who we are working with are doing City of Future, because that's the most easily accessible material we have. And you can see from the catchphrases that this is the most democratic part of our courses too. You will see a lot of City of Futures later on. I'm going to show you a few examples, and I hope you will understand the infinite possibilities which behind these cities, and the insane amount of learning what is happening when the students are making those cities. When we came out our first 3 courses, we asked ourselves the question, what would be the next topic to bring into the makerspace? So our idea about STEAM education is that if you have a makerspace or a fab lab, then you have a new environment which has its own new set of possibilities and rules. Both of these are really important. Rules because these machines are quite capable, and in some extent frightening maybe, because they are new, they are dangerous, they can produce really, really interesting stuff, and you have to learn how to use them in order to to be confident as a teacher, how to govern your class. And in the same time, they are posing a lot of new opportunities for dialogue, for communication, and for understanding the world around you. I think this is the most important aspect of what we do, that we are trying to give the kids a firm grip on how an object is created, how an emotion is felt, how a conflict is solved. This is what Maker Redbox is about. And in this journey, we thought that the next step would be global warning, which is a journey around the globe on a fictitious ship. And I forgot to tell you that each of these are 32-hour activities, which means that it really depends on you as a teacher how you distribute these 32 hours. It can be a block teaching of a week, but the most beneficial may be a semester-long activity, 90 minutes, 60 minutes each week, or 120 minutes. Sometimes some of the teachers are doing it in a very different way, like every day a week, and they go through the project. And the most important part is that it is always successful. I mean, there is always an end product, a city, exhibition, a board game, depending on which course you take. In global warning, we are using this time to formulate opinion on one of the biggest challenges we face, which is the climate change, but without giving too much, how to put it. We try to give the kids proof. We try to use the idea of making to create working prototypes which they can have their opinion about. For example, the pivotal moment of this global warning activity, which is a long activity, is at session 12. So they are well into the material, and they have been working this for weeks maybe. At session 12, they are presented with the opportunity to measure greenhouse gases. we recommend using microbit microcontrollers, and the microbit doesn't have a built-in greenhouse gas sensor, so it's in our red box. So when you have our red box, I will show you the contents. There will be a microbit compatible, or by the way, Arduino compatible CO2 sensor. There are many on the market, and they are easily available. But you might have, as a teacher, you might have your second thoughts: how I'm going to use this new technology. And what we are offering you, the Maker Red Box, we are guiding you through these lessons. So our boxes are not really for the students, but for the teachers. When you have one of our red box, then you will be able to learn how to work with this technology. So this is how the red box looks like, and there will be an awful lot of stuff inside. And you will see that there are tutorial videos, there are awful lot of lesson plans. We give you all the presentations, we give you all the materials you need for the sessions to work with the kids. We assume that you are a STEAM teacher who are willing to learn new technology, but you don't have that much experience with these technologies. You might be able to 3D print. Maybe you already had a few classes of 3D printing. You use some of the softwares, which by the way, we are also using, like Tinkercad or Fusion 360. You can make up your choice which one to use. We are going to give you tutorials in all of these. So our focus is the teacher, not the student. The teacher will be able to present these materials to the students as a whole experience. And I think it will be the most important aspect of what we are going to do, but I will tell you a little bit more about that later. There are some more images of what we give you in the box. Usually these are samples or materials which are harder to get than going to your average hardware store and take it from the shelf. And what you will get with the box is an online platform where you will have your materials prepared. Of course, there is a book also in the box, but we are presenting you all the tutorial videos which are going to teach you how to use Maker technology in the form of the online platform. You will see that there are, no matter which course it is, there are 18 different videos which are going to teach you exactly how to solder, how to program a microcontroller, how to take your first step with 3D printing. If you already had this, it's very easy to accommodate, customize your knowledge to the level of the Maker Red Box. So our idea is that usually every school have a STEAM teacher, but we are looking for the colleagues of that STEAM teacher who are willing to cooperate, but don't have the skills yet. You can learn the material together. You will see that many of the schools where we worked with had this approach that they invited several teachers for the activity. One of which would have been the STEAM teacher, or was the STEAM teacher who was full with energy, full with ideas, but could not give a single how to put it. Single movement to the rest of the teachers to join them. This is what we are experimenting with, how to invite all the rest of the teachers for this activity as a really important experience for both you and for the students. Yes, there are basic requirements. You need 3D printers, you need electronics, and for most of the courses you need a laser cutter. If you don't have it, you can modify it, you can customize it. But for the best experience, this is the equipment what we recommend for these activities. And also very important are the pedagogical aspects of what we are doing. We tested these materials a lot and built a huge pedagogical framework behind it. On this slide, you can see all the different skills which we think belong to the makerspace. So the traditional approach to a makerspace, if any, is the green ones, the technical skills, which are robotics, laser cutting, CNC, 3D, and all this kind of tinkering stuff, which is great, but you need to have a purpose on these skills. You need to give an idea to the kids what these skills are good for in their long-term learning, in their path to education. And you will see that each one of our materials are focusing to some of these skills. For example, superhero is more towards laser cutting and vector graphics, and emotional intelligence and self-confidence and self-knowledge, creativity. City of Future is more about 3D printing, microcontrollers, entrepreneurship, communication with each other. There is a lot of talking happening in City of Future because it's your city and you have to put it together. And I am just showing you a few glimpses of the assessment tool we are offering with the material. You will see that every skills have different levels, and we are going to give you a special assessment tool which help you to assess the kids and give them a full assessment after the end of the activity, from which level to which level they traveled with you, which during this journey, and how they were able to grow with the help of Maker Redbox. So you are growing together, basically, you, the teachers and the kids. And I'm going to give you a few examples of teachers who managed to navigate through this new kind of thing, STEAM education, Maker education, with the help of Maker Redbox. Here in Iceland, you will see a City of Future, global warming, and even superheroes. You can see the wooden laser cut superheroes over there. Also with many of the leaflets we are offering with the material, they are called sketchbooks, and they are helping the kids to formulate their ideas. So we are trying to take care of the whole creative journey from the very first steps until the final product. And the final product is super important because these objects which we create, and you can see some examples here, are the ones the kids are really proud of. And just to clarify, what is our approach and what is our secret sauce to STEAM education? Creativity and the possibility to create something together with the kids which will be fulfilled. That's our most important observation, that there are many Maker and STEAM teachers out there who are doing an awful lot of things. And most of the prototypes are half finished because during the time frame of the project week, the semester, they were not able to fully realize their ideas. And our idea was to create a foolproof solution for every teacher, no matter what kind of background they have, in which they can always have a final end product which can be displayed to the rest of the community. This is what we got. This is what we created together with the kids. And if you join us, if you willing to take up this idea of challenging your idea about what the classroom is or what the learning environment is, you will be able to do the same. You can see City of Future here in Indonesia, two different City of Futures. This is South Africa. You can see what we call the story box. It's the moment when the superhero is created. Kids are putting like 8 hours of work into that object alone. They are super excited to create this object, which is telling them the first moment when they use their superpowers. So this belongs to superheroes, and you can see two City of Futures there, or one from two different angles. Maybe it's two, and And City of Future is a different activity, but using the same equipment, like each of our courses and almost every STEAM education object. This is another project from the Netherlands. They were building cities with classes. You can see the proud creators there. And for us, this is maybe the most important, the proud creators who are the creators of these objects, who are able to live their creativity. This is a really beautiful City of Future. This is one of the most beautiful City of Future we ever witnessed. I'm really proud of these teachers, and the main reason I'm proud of that I never met them. I was not the one who did their training, and I always think that these are people who never seen these technologies before, and after I have a talk with them online, I realized this is the thing. They learned how to utilize this technology through us, through Maker Redbox. So this is Kuwait City, another City of Future. It was during the COVID, that's why they have the masks. We are particularly successful in Lebanon. They are doing City of Future and global warning there, and you can see the proudness of the creators on their faces. This is what we are for. This is a teacher training in Riga, Lithuania. They are doing a City of Future. Usually we do the trainings by actually doing the object. So we just simply do the same activity with the adults, and they get the idea how this thing is happening. This is a Huawei Gender Equality Project in Hungary, in our country. They were doing green engineers, so it was 5 different teams, all girls, doing the same activity, which is a journey to Mars. It's a very interesting and very challenging story, and they lived every moment of it. I was participating as a helping hand because there were 2 teachers having this activity, and I truly enjoyed it because they overdone it. They did a really they did more than what was in the course, because they have seen that the girls are really interested and they really want to dig deep. For example, into there is a moment in green engineers where you have to build a gate valve, which is opening or closing the fluids, real fluids, depending on what kind of qualities they have. Are they clear or are they contaminated? And for example, in these sessions, some of the teachers introduced the automated Excel component to make a log of what the contaminated water is if it's contaminated or not, which is beautiful, and the girls were totally up to this challenge, and they thrived in it. Another very important project which we had with Google Impact. It's a foundation by Google. They want to finance solutions which have really impact in the society, and we did City of Future, as you can see from these 6-sided boxes. I think you might already know that these are the boxes which we offer to build your city with. If you don't have the boxes, the scale will not work. This is the best way I can put it. You will see the rest in the material. And superheroes also, you can see the level of detail on those superheroes, the level of involvement. For me, the hardest part with kids is to communicate with them and to involve them. And with these materials, we are able to involve them. They are really, really into this. And this is Csányi Foundation. Csányi Foundation is a Hungarian foundation for those areas which are really challenged, but there are talented teachers who are willing to give additional education materials, education opportunities to children. And here you can see, for example, another overdone green engineers. You can see the different fluids which they measure with that small white thing, which is a LDR resistor. If you want to get into details, that's a part of one of the 6 objects they create in the green engineers, and of course that is our favorite or the client's favorite, the City of Future. I don't have a favorite, I have moment in every one of them. And I think that might be the last slide for now. And stop presenting. So I have a few more minutes to tell you a story why we do this, and why you should include STEAM education into your curriculum. For now, we have approximately 300, even more teachers working with us, and I know many of the personal stories behind those teachers. And there are two kinds of teachers around us. One is a STEAM teacher who already have some skills about STEAM education, and happy to have this kind of focus which we give them with the boxes, that they already know microcontroller programming, for example, but now they can build a city in which everybody will have their own circuit, and they have this kind of responsibility given to them. That's exactly the point. And the other kind of teacher is not familiar with STEAM education yet, but they are discovering this opportunity together with us in the Maker Redbox. And I wanted to share you a single story with you. There is a church-run school in the most impoverished part of Hungary. It's a really challenged neighborhood. It's in the countryside, and this school, which is a church-run school, Greek Catholic or Orthodox Catholic, I'm not sure about, but doesn't really matter. They are putting all the money there, and built a really well established, beautiful school with really dedicated teachers. And they did superheroes, the one which I showed you first. And after a few semesters, they did the same activity several times with different groups of children. We had a talk with the teacher he was a literature teacher without any previous STEAM education experience. And we asked this teacher what was his main motivation on working with these materials. And he told us that, look, I stayed in the career. I decided to stay being a teacher because of you, because I felt the creative energy of the kids, and there was this burnout which I had in this really tough educational situation, which completely went away when I worked with Maker Redbox. And this is what I usually say to fellow professionals, fellow STEAM educators, that essentially we created an anti-burnout box, which always gives you this sense of success. You can see some of the City of Future or Green Engineer behind me samples. These boxes give them this sense of purpose, which we offer both for the students but for the teachers. And we invite them to walk on this journey with us, because what we observed, our team here in Maker Redbox, is that all the teachers who had our boxes as a teaching material modified it a little, because they feel that this is a two-way conversation between us and them, and between them and the students they are working with. So I think that's the delivery for today. Thank you very much for your attention, and thank you for listening to me. Thank you.
What if I told you EASE Academy 2.0 could transform your approach to STEAM education? Imagine empowering your teaching strategies and fostering creativity in your students with just a few clicks. EASE Academy offers asynchronous learning paths tailored specifically for educators across all levels. With our STEAM Education eTrainer certification, you'll gain the skills to create impactful online training programs at half the cost, all while receiving continuous support from our intelligent chatbot, EaseGPT. Curious about the impact of AI on learning environments or how to integrate digital storytelling in your classroom? We've got courses designed to ignite your passion and drive results. Our low-cost STEAM activities provide engaging, hands-on experiences for students of all ages using readily available materials. Are you ready to take your teaching to the next level? Join EASE Academy today and redefine your professional development journey. Don't miss out. Get started now.
Hello, my name is Samantha and I am a mentor guide, and today I will share about the experience of a Byte Academy. This presentation explores the transformative impact of creative environments on children's development, drawing from the decided learning experience of Byte Academy and an innovative player in the edtech field. Byte Academy creative technology activities are designed for children 6 to 15. The goal of the activities is to foster children's creativity and digital skills through active learning methods and digital tools. It encourages them to transform their natural curiosity into a tool, a skill, or competence that will be relevant for future career and problem solving. The Academy operates on the principle of mentorship, or young future developers mentors technology professionals. They are programmers, analysts, designers, IT project managers, thinkers who bring the skills and experience of daily work in technology companies to classes with children. We divided mentorship into areas for mentor and children. When asked by our mentors, that is mentorship, I'm sharing with you some of the answer. For me, mentoring is the world from which I draw motivation, sincerity, and that childlike curiosity. With a smile on my face every Saturday, I meet the most unique, open, and warm people who encourage me to improve not only as a mentor, but also as a person. Mentoring for mentors, we have a mentor guide. Currently is me sharing my pedagogical practice, experience, methods, and various insights when working with the youngest children of the school. I help prepare advice mentor for classes so that the whole process will be smoother and every mentor will feel safe and safety. We have created and prepared training content for mentors with recommendation on how to conduct sessions. Also on the radio is the Saturday breakfast before classes, during which time is reserved for a cozy self-reflection, grounding with tea, coffee, and sweets. Also, during breakfast, we invite lecturers who have experience in the fields of pedagogy and IT, and will widely share insights and practical advice with mentors. We are very happy because we have a strong community of mentors who support each other, share advice or new ideas. It usually happens during breakfast or during the lunch break. They reflect on how they did with the children in their group, the challenge they faced, how they solved them, and maybe they celebrate the achievements of the lessons. BitBite approach integrated project-based learning, positive discipline, and personalized mentorship to foster a safe and inclusive environment. Each lesson begins with emotional grounding and self-reflection. Encourage students to connect learning with their emotional state, thereby changing self-awareness and emotional well-being. Through hands-on project, children learn to deconstruct, create, and code, allowing them to turn theory into practice in mindful ways. This pedagogical method not only nurtures critical thinking and creativity, but also deconstruct traditional power dynamic by widening self-assessment over comparison with others. Our session begins with grounding reflections of feelings. How do I feel today? That mood I come to the session with, and why do I feel this way? We try and encourage self-evaluation. It helps children better understand the emotional state and also develops the ability to recognize and manage their feelings. Next step is the creative part, where we convey the theory through creation following the principle that contracts. Create code. For example, we learn that algorithm is. We all know the term algorithm is a set of rules for solving a particular problem or task. In order to better understand this, we give the children the task on inviting and writing down or drawing in the shoes form and instruction how to brush the teeth, get dressed, maybe how to start the desired game or just walk around the classroom. In this way, we connect learning to the everyday life. In addition, this process enables children's natural curiosity about technology, encourage them to explore and discover new possibilities. After the create part, we move to on-technical activities, during which we practically test our algorithms on the computer, try to create the first program, and work according to on pace and available resources. At this stage, it's important that the evaluation is not in comparison with others, but for each child to compare himself with himself, observing his personal progress. This helps children to focus their own development rather than competing with others. By working on individual projects, children develop an internal motivation because they can choose topics that are interesting to them. Meanwhile, during group work, they learn the difference between team members or advantages, different ideas and perspectives enrich the creative process. At the end of the lesson, we return to reflections, where we evaluate that managed to do, learn, or discover, or perhaps just remember. During reflection, we use the self-assessment tool that help children gain a deeper understanding of the learning process. This often involves using sentence stems, such as in this lesson, I learned, I discovered, I need to improve, and I want to share. The self-evaluation is important not only for personal progress, but also for emotional growth. We also return to the question, how do you feel I know? Such a structure helps children maintain focus and awareness of the emotional state through the lesson and also promotes continuous improvement and self-awareness. Our academy organized learning sessions that are strongly connected to science and its application in everyday life. We focus on interdisciplinary education, where different subjects are not studied but in isolation, but combined into mindful experts. One example was a project younger student where they invited to a model DNA cell. This hands-on activity helped them understand biology through creativity and exploration. Meanwhile, the other student engaged in coding tasks where they use programming to simulate process and solve challenges. In this way, the combined biology and computer science learning both how a living system function and how technology can represent and expand these knowledges. Through such activities, students learn to connect theory with practice, strengthen their critical thinking, and develop skills that are essential for the future. Another task was to create a game using the student biology technology. In this game, they could see a human face and chase its features: the nose, eyes, hair, color, lips. This activity encouraged creativity while also deepening the understanding of genetic traits and biological diversity, combined with developing skills and programming and digital design. Task was to create a game using um, uh, its idea in the creation of a maze game, which natural connect to STEM education while designing the maze student develop mathematics and engineering skills by planning the structure and symmetry, technology skills by coding the characters, move and interactions, science understanding by modeling natural principles, art, visual design, colors, and atmosphere. In this way, a simple game becomes an interdisciplinary learning experience where students combine creative logic and scientific knowledges. Another activity is the game that do you see, which students create and play themselves. We connect this game to different themes to give it more meaning and context. For example, it can be adapted to the topic of the space, exploring planets and stars, or even to holidays such as Easter, where students design tasks with eggs, symbols, and traditional moves. Um, in this way, the game becomes not only entertaining, but also a tool to explore the world through multiple perspectives. Here are a few more projects connected to celebration and traditions. For example, we created activities related to Christmas, where students design symbols, games, and stories. We also had a project inspired by our traditional Lithuanian celebrated the song festival, where students created the dance of the trees. This was a creative interpretation, combination, nature, movement, and art, bringing a unique culture dimension into the learning process. We also have a number of projects related to electronics and robotics. One example is the COO project. The students use a battery and a Cooper strip to create a glowing light bulb. This activity introduces them to the principles of electrical circuits, while also giving them the joy or discovery. Creativity combines science with real life practice. Another theme we explored was renewable energy. With students, we discussed different energy sources and built models to represent them. Later, we transferred these models into virtual reality, where students had to program the resource to work so that houses could receive electricity. This activity helps students understand the principles of energy while also experiencing how technology can contribute to creating sustainable solutions. But by continuous curriculum growth, with the child starting with basic coding, virtual reality, and 3D modeling, and advancing through levels that include artificial intelligence, mobile app development, and project management using agile principles. This tailored progressed approach encourages that every student can thrive at their own pace, develop not just technical skills but creator's mindset. Despite impact on student growth, this invited through both measurable outcomes and personal success stories. During the COVID pandemic, 92% of parents reported that their children equipped with skills gained at the Bitbyte adopted smoothly to distant learning and often assistant peers and teachers struggling with the digital transitions. Students regularly use these skills to lead school projects, design apps, and build websites, showcasing their ability to think critically and creatively. Parents frequently highlight the academic positive influence. Um, My child comes home bright-eyed and inspired, saying, "If only all teachers will like this." The mentor managed to engage and support every child, creating an environment where them tasks spark unique interest and participation. By creating open space that encourage exploration and self-expressions, we believe we are changing educational norms by provide children not only with technical, but also with the confidence to become creators, not just technology users. Collaborated with IT companies that welcome us into the space and share the expertise, we apply the sandbox principle, allowing children to safely experiment, discover, and learn from their mistakes. Mentors play an essential role in guiding, encourage independent thinking, and fostering creativity. We are convinced that approach helps overcome authoritarian educational models and support holistic growth, giving children the tools to create, explore, and confidently work towards their goals. Thank you for listening.
It's an absolute pleasure to be back here at the European STEAM Educators Summit, speaking alongside some amazing people. Thank you for having me. My name is Hannah Hagen, and I'm the founder of Unplugged Tots. I specialize in screen-free, play-based learning experiences for children aged 2.5 and upwards that introduces them to the concepts of computational thinking. Since 2018, I have been fortunate enough to have worked with amazing people at the Open University and University College London, and subsequently had academic articles peer-reviewed and published, one in the Early Childhood Education Journal in 2020, and in November 24 in the International Journal for Computer Science in Education. Earlier this year, I won a highly commendable award from the MK STEM Awards for Education Excellence. I've been on various podcasts and had articles published in various trade magazines too. My activities have been academically researched, peer-reviewed, and they have been proven to assist children's cognitive abilities in learning the foundations of computational thinking through play-based activities. My book, Unplugged Tots, It's published by Raspberry Pi and is out this year in the UK, Europe, and America. So what? What is the point? What is all of this for? We live in an era of unprecedented technological advancement. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, biotechnology, cybersecurity, they are all rapidly transforming our world. And this presents both incredible opportunities, but also significant challenges, especially when we need to make sure that sustainability is at the forefront of our minds for the planet that we live on. This is an infographic taken from the Future of Jobs Report 2025 from the World Economic Forum. And according to the WEF, jobs of the future will demand, among other skills, analytical thinking, creative thinking, and resilience. That means that we as educators need to shift our focus from simply imparting information to children to cultivating, to nurturing the skills that will enable the children to grow, to learn, and to thrive in this rapidly changing world. We need to enable them to fail forward, to learn from things that don't go according to plan. They need to learn from mistakes and practice problem solving on their own and with their peers. And as a mum and an educator, I know just how hard it is to not interfere when our child or children has a problem. I am as guilty as the next person of being a fixer. But in doing this, I realize that I'm not doing my girls, my daughters, any favors. We all know how hard children are going to have to work anyway. So giving them an edge on problem-solving skills now just means that they've got a more robust toolkit to call upon later. In this session, we're exploring how screen-free experiences can support the development of computational thinking in early years. I'm going to bridge research with real-world practice, sharing how educators can embed these skills into everyday learning without a screen in sight. Now, this isn't me being anti-tech or anti-screens in any way, shape, or form. It's about reclaiming the art and the joy and the fun of unplugged play so that children have the confidence and flexibility to think for themselves before we hand them a device that thinks for them. I want us to see the value in hands-on exploration for children before screen use. We need to prioritize learning how to think over learning how to use technology. My research and activities center around these following computational thinking themes. At its core are standard CT themes, and around the periphery are other themes that I believe are essential in supporting our children to survive and thrive in today's and tomorrow's tech-led world. The world is changing, and to help our children in this dynamic landscape, the next generation needs more than just technical skills. They need a holistic toolkit that includes critical thinking, creativity, and problem-solving abilities. Computational thinking supports children with this holistic approach to digital and computer science skills. So my focus is more on these transferable skills rather than simply learning to code. These computational thinking skills are critical for our children. So we've got deconstruction, or breaking down tasks into smaller, easier to manage chunks. It encourages children to problem solve themselves through the power of logical reasoning, of asking why, of trial and error. Jigsaws are great at demonstrating deconstruction, where we're sorting the edge pieces from the middle pieces, or using Lego blocks, as seen here in the top right. Pattern recognition in the bottom right-hand side supports observation skills that will give children the skills to identify patterns in clothes or music, in nature, and eventually maths, and then potentially code. Algorithms supports children learning the importance of following a set of instructions, but also articulating their own instructions and the importance of being very specific, and that therefore calls upon communication skills. Baking is a great way to introduce algorithms. Sequencing goes hand in hand with algorithms. We have to follow this set of instructions in a specific sequence. Logic brings in the power of questioning why, considering all the options on tackling a task before launching headfirst. It calls on children to be reflective, to learn from experiences, to practice the art of metacognition, of thinking about thinking. Debugging and resilience building are critical for problem-solving skills. We are looking at where things went awry. Can we backtrack to fix what went wrong? How do we, as adults, act when things go wrong? Are we modeling good behavior, appropriate behavior when we've got a disaster? Sometimes debugging is about being agile, about being adaptable. And sometimes debugging can also be about efficiency. What can we do to refine our processes to make things more efficient? Maps, direction, and navigation support spatial awareness of movement, of getting into the outdoors. It lends itself beautifully to route planning, using an algorithm and sequencing of that algorithm so that we visit our landmarks in a specific order. And finally, collaboration, representation, and inclusivity are critical themes to promote within children. If we are able to demonstrate through solo and collaborative play the power of cognitive diversity, the power of not only of self-advocacy, but also of advocating for each other's skill sets, then these children of the future, these children who will be the workforce of tomorrow, the engineers and the scientists and the technologists, they will have exactly what they need to survive and thrive. And this is how it looks through play. Play offers the perfect environment for computational thinking to develop naturally. Going into a little bit more detail, to introduce pattern recognition, we start off really, really simply, repeating a pattern in an A-B fashion. This forms our foundation. Then we increase the layer of the scaffold. We increase the complexity and do an ABC repeating pattern seen in the blue, orange, and yellow bracelet. And only then, once the children are secure in that knowledge, they can move on to ABCD patterns, seen here with the foam squares. They create a master pattern at the top, and then they continue the pattern underneath. Once children are secure in what a pattern is and how they can repeat it, adults can instigate an anomaly in the pattern and ask the children to rectify it. Or sometimes they may have to debug it naturally. It just may come about naturally. On the right-hand side is an excerpt from the book, from the pattern recognition chapter. And I know that there are lots of experts in the field in the audience, but sometimes for new to the field educators, or perhaps educators who want to think a little differently, I hope activities like this will give you some creative freedom to be inspired, which will in turn inspire the children that are in your world. Now, this activity makes reference to the coloured squares, but it also involves lots of opportunities for communication, for colour recognition, for counting, for cross-curricular learning. And it also demonstrates that we don't always need to be in a formal learning environment to be learning. Learning can take place anywhere. This activity is a really gentle way to help children practice speaking in group settings, because the focus is not on them, it's on the toy that they are holding. I wanted to introduce the term algorithm to a child, so I asked the children in my after-school club to recite, whilst clapping these syllables, an algorithm is a set of rules for us to follow. I then asked them to think up a set of rules or an algorithm for their toy to follow. And this is the practical of learning about algorithms. So we've got some example moves of jump left, jump to the right, rotate 360 degrees, shake, bend forward, bend backward. We then went around the table with the following phrase. This is my toy called Zap, and their algorithm is go up high, move sideways, and land on nose. Then the group would have to copy, practicing their listening skills, and then practicing reciting the word algorithm, and then carry out the algorithm of the moves. Now, this formed a really nice foundation for the children to start working together, but it also allowed the children to use their creativity. I asked them to show someone else what the algorithm of their toy was. And we have some examples here where some children just wanted to write and draw very simple images. Other children were drawing more complex images. And that is the beauty of creative freedom. This activity also appears in my book, and I go into it in a lot more detail in the book as well. So this Cloudo activity also introduces algorithms, but it also introduces sequencing and debugging. And it is particularly good for neurodiverse children who enjoy sensory activities, or kinesthetic learners who enjoy touching and feeling things. Now, depending on the consistency of the Cloudo, you may need to add more corn flour or more conditioner, but this particular activity gives children a wonderful opportunity to practice problem solving. They have to debug through trial and error, but they can do that because we have created that space that allows children to fail forwards. So in the bottom two images, you can see the differences in the consistency of the Cloudo. So the Cloudo on the right is slightly flaky, and we perhaps need a little bit more conditioner. But it doesn't necessarily matter because the children that were playing with this were absolutely delighted with their work. And I think you'll agree it's rather adorable. This paper plate pizza activity introduces the concept of sequencing. We have to put our tomato sauce on our pizza base before the toppings. And we're able to celebrate creativity and freedom here again. One child doesn't like tomato sauce, so they used a piece of yellow paper as their base. They were pretending that was a white sauce. And we can use this activity to bring in cross-curricular learning. So perhaps we can be looking at food and we can actually make pizzas with our children. Children in the UK often start looking at block coding around the age of about 5 or 6 in schools. So I knew that I had to try and get the skills from block coding into play-based activities. And it was really important for me to scaffold this learning again. So we're building on it week by week by week, but then I'm bringing in new elements. So we started with the basics by introducing learning how to identify lefts and rights using our hands. And then I identified the landmarks that relate to a known environment. And in this particular example, it's a forest school of the local school that I'm working in. And the children had to navigate Henry, or Spike, as he later got christened, around the forest school area. So he had to start at the gate, and then he had to navigate around to the shed, avoiding the campfire, to the tree with the birdhouse, and then to his safe, warm leaf pile. But the children had to create their own maps to help Spike, the hedgehog, navigate his way around. So we're translating a kind of 3D map-based piece of work back into a kind of a 2D piece of work, but we are also allowing a huge amount of opportunity for collaboration, for hands-on work, and for lots of giggles. Maps, direction, and navigation are also covered in detail in my book. Thinking of your own sessions and your own activities and even your own settings, I would love for you to work out where you can make more space for open-ended, for screen-free exploration. What other areas of the curriculum can we bring in computational thinking? Where can we celebrate cross-curricular learning? Because computational thinking shouldn't be in a silo. It really does work so well when paired with other curriculum areas. What small shifts could you make to name and celebrate computational thinking in everyday play? What new things will you try? Will you try, and if you fail, will you try again? Because we need to demonstrate the power of failing forward so that the children can see it in action. And I do appreciate that it's a bit of a mindset shift for us adults. But these are the strategies that I've used in my research projects and when I work with schools. And they consistently lead to more confident, more engaged, and more curious children, which is exactly what the world needs more of. I have mentioned my book Unplugged Tots at various points within this presentation because it is designed to help educators and parents do the very things that I've been describing to you, teaching children the critical skills to equip them for the tech-rich futures through play-based activities. The future is not just about coding. It's about critical thinking, about creativity and collaboration, nurturing their brains and skills by equipping them with solid foundations to build upon. And by nurturing the power of play in early childhood, we can equip the next generation with the skills and the mindset that they need to navigate the complexities of this tech-led world and create a brighter future for all. Here are my details if you want to connect and discuss anything about computational thinking. Thank you to the organisers of this absolutely brilliant summit, and thank you to you for your time. I hope you enjoy the rest of the European STEAM Educators Summit. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Elena Matoana Hreciuc and I am teacher in Școala Gimnazială Ion Creangă, Suceava, Romania. I'm honored to present our project titled Mushrooms, an IoT-based system for smart cultivation of Pleurotus mushroom. This project is not just a school project. It's a student-led interdisciplinary STEM initiative in which learner applies STEM subjects through hands-on learning activities. They address real-world environmental and technological challenges and practice innovation, collaboration, and research. The project also promotes sustainable food education, connecting biology, technology, and environmental awareness. As you see in this slide, our team had and have 4 students, each student with defined technical roles, 1 teacher as mentor and facilitator, that's me, and of course the unwavering support of students' parents. The goal was clear. We wanted to smartly grow mushroom using IoT, and we committed to a 3-month journey from February to April 2025. As you can see, our brilliant students' role is really clear defined and adapted to their personality, knowledge, skills, and capabilities. That's why I encourage all teachers to find and give students exactly role or the convenient role in classroom activity or in a project, because they will come into the activity or the project with their best skills and their best knowledge and their best creativity. Our SMART objectives were to design and assemble a reliable monitoring system, to develop an intuitive dashboard, user-friendly dashboard, to collect environmental data, analyze it, and enhance our mushroom growing process. Take into consideration, dear teachers, to think about your specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound objectives, aligning with scientific methodology and educational best practices to have the best results possible when you develop a project or classroom activity. SmartRooms also deeply integrate with our national curricula. Biology gave us the mushroom anatomy and life cycle. Chemistry helped us to understand soil composition and decomposition. In computer science, students coded microcontrollers and logged data. Engineering taught hardware prototype, and language studies guided scientific documentation and presentation. Students were encouraged to paper theoretical research and apply the knowledge and make the better decision for their next steps. The team explored mushroom cultivations through mycelium and wet straw methods. Our Pleurotus mushroom are already showing healthy, edible growth, as you can see in the picture. Why Pleurotus? Why we choose Pleurotus? Because they are high in protein and fiber, low in fat, and rich in vitamins and complex D. They have antioxidant and immune properties. That's why our project is based on analyzing and create the best environment for cultivation of this type of mushroom. We learned that mushrooms have specific growth needs. As you see, temperature, humidity, substrates, light, and air circulation. And all these parameters are essential for the proper development. And we try to find how to teach smart agriculture. And we found that we needed reliable data and reliable tools. So physics and computer science and engineering played vital roles in developing a system that would replicate ideal mushroom growing environments and monitor them in real time. We had to create a system to monitor and maintain the conditions: temperature, humidity, substrates, light, and air circulation. And that's where Internet of Things came in. My advice is to encourage your students to experiment, to study, to research, to fail and reconsider all their ideas. Finally, they will reach the best results. This is our team system schematic. We connected sensors, as you see, sensors for temperature and humidity, a sensor for carbon dioxide and air quality, and we added an ESP32 controller to connect all the sensors, and also an ESP32 cam for image capture. Every part of this diagram reflects students' deep understanding of electronics and coding. A Flask server and SQLite database allowed us to store and process data efficiently. It was a really hard work, but we asked for help and discussed with parents and specialists. It is very important to connect school with scientific community and family. That's the way, that's the route. Then students can gain also the best attitude for learning science and a real-world education. We built both the hardware and software. The website allows real-time monitoring, and our ESP32 code captures sensor data. ESP32 cam captures images. The backend stores all data and communicates with the Blink platform for the Internet of Things control. This is hands-on engineering, integrating software and hardware in a seamless system. The best part was to assemble all components and adjust the functionality. Yes, it works, was the common happy smile of all of us. And please engage your students to co-create and become critical thinkers. Coding was another big challenge. We faced it by studying some research projects like Growtronics and Mushroomnomics. We decided to write our ESP32 firmware in Arduino C and send the collected data via HTTP and our Flask server. And the Flask backend in Python receives its data, saves it to SQLite using structured tables, and applies an automation logic program. The HTML and CSS and JavaScript dashboard queries the database, renders live charts with libraries like chart.json, and streams images from the ESP32 cam. Every file from main CPP and the ESP32 to the application file in Flask is part of one continuous Internet of Things data flow. Here's how it works, more easier to be understand. ESP32 gathers environmental data. ESP32 cam captures periodic images. Data flows to the Python Flask server. It gets stored in a structured way in a database and an image folder. The dashboard displays it all, offering students real-time visualization and even automation options like trigger thresholds. This is a full-stack Internet of Things system built by middle school students. Challenge yourself as teacher together with your students to go beyond the limits you are used to. The results are fantastic. learning without the fear of failure, and above all, collaborating to find solutions builds the kind of lasting learning we all need for the future. Let's take a little time for reflection. In my opinion, the students own their roles and collaborate closely. What did they gain? Technical skills in coding and electronics, creative problem solving, environmental responsibility, data analysis, and confidence to present scientific results and reflect on their learning journey. What is your opinion? What do you think about students' outcomes? Keep it in mind. The results were and are very pleased for all of us. We can experiment it, but you can experiment it by scanning the QR code on the top of the red mushroom. You will discover what the system shows. Mushrooms growing under optimal conditions. Continuous improvement using real-time feedback. IoT platform like Blink and ThinkSpeak powered automation. This project powered that tech and nature can work hand in hand to create sustainable solutions. As you see in this short movie, real-time mushroom growing captured by ESP32 cam. Fascinating, isn't it? STEM projects are fascinating and empower our students' mind. Try and grow together with your students is my advice. Try. Together we will grow and you'll grow your knowledge, your skills, and your self-esteem. Mushrooms is a student driver, eco-conscious, tech-integrated project that combines biology, sustainability, and Internet of Things. Don't forget to think about your own conclusion after you follow me in this presentation. We reference books, scientific journals, academic platforms, and agricultural software to build our knowledge base and back our experiments with evidence. Don't forget to promote your backstage work and other valuable work. Authors and researchers' work is under the copyright. Our work is Creative Commons 4.0. Be inspired. For us, students, teachers, and all involved in, the project supports the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals by encouraging inclusive and hands-on participation, fostering critical thinking and digital fluency, applying real-world environmental challenges to the classroom. We consider our project it's a model for future forward education. For you, what benefits do you have in your mind? In my school, Școala Gimnazială Ion Creangă, Suceava, Romania, we believe in exploring, innovation, and inspiring. Mushrooms is just the beginning. A small project with huge implication for how we teach, learn, and grow. Feel free to share your thoughts in our Padlet. Feel free to be part of this journey. Feel free to connect, to collaborate, and create strong STEAM educational teams all over the world. Let's keep cultivation and cultivating curiosity. Thank you for listening, and let's continue growing sustainable education together.
Ever wondered how to revolutionize your STEAM classroom? Introducing Ease's Exchange, your gateway to an incredible collection of free lesson plans specifically for STEAM educators. With easy-to-use templates, you can quickly create tailored lesson plans for any grade, whether it's kindergarten or 12th grade. Imagine joining a vibrant community of like-minded educators, sharing ideas and best practices that elevate student engagement in subjects like coding, robotics, and environmental science. Plus, you can contribute your own ideas and vote on upcoming plans, ensuring the resources you want are developed. Why struggle alone when you can transform your teaching with Ease Exchange? Don't miss out. Join our community today and empower your classroom with innovative STEAM lessons. Visit the Ease Exchange platform to get started.
Hello to everyone from Slovenia, Ljubljana. My name is Elena Istiljulova, and today I will be talking about bringing science to life through music. So we are using the method which is called Stories Based on Music About Scientists, or SMS. It's a STEAM-based method that engages learners through musical storytelling. And originally I'm coming from Kazakhstan, from the city of apples, Alma-Ata. I was born near Baikonur Cosmodrome, so in those days we were raised with big ideas how to go to space, how to feed the poor, how to save the world. And this is like in 2010 when I came to Slovenia with Erasmus Model Scholarship. So I also had big ideas about what I'm gonna do. But my first choice was Humboldt University of Berlin, but the University of Ljubljana, that was the first that invited me. It was a School of Economics and Business that I joined. And we had three important advantages. First of all, that was international program, and it was already accredited with ASSB, American Accreditation, European Accreditation, ACVIS, and the British Accreditation Association of MBA. And we were also very proud because we had our best dean, and the best dean was Professor Dusan Brammer, who once told us that if you want to be recognized in the world, so we might be recognized in Slovenia. But if you want to be recognized and do something very important for Slovenia, it's not necessarily that we would be accepted in Slovenia. And then I decided that it's maybe a good idea not just to work for one country, but like Kazakhstan, like Slovenia, but to cover region like Central and Eastern Europe. And then I made the choice for my dissertation, and I came to the center, to the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, and that is the Research Center, Russian East European and Eurasia Center. And from the night of 6th to 7th, I saw the poem about specific traditional night, and then I somehow developed the song that came to my mind, and this song basically was also recorded with the instrument Neanderthal flute, which is the oldest instrument in the world, from Slovenia, and it was performed by the only player in the world in those days, Ljubin Dimkarovsky, who who was coming in from Macedonia. And basically that Neanderthal flute, it's kind of bow tie in our recent image developed by our volunteers. And also it became the basis for the SMH methods, stories based on music about heritage, and we were approached by the Institute of Education and Culture Slavic Peace for collaboration with its school children based on that method. And I also discovered that music was directly connected with the Nobel Prize winners. I came across the lectures of Mikhail Kazinik, who was taking an interview from the Nobel Prize, who said, and he said that 99% of Nobel laureates had music in their childhood. And he said also that if you want your child to take the first step towards the Nobel Prize, you don't start with chemistry or with physics, but you start with music. And classical music is a nourishment for the brain. And so when I checked this information, so I've seen that many Nobel Prize winners played instruments, like Albert Einstein also played not only violin but piano. Max Planck was playing piano and organ, composed songs and chamber music. Heisenberg was passionate pianist. The knowledge already existed in the past, long time ago, with Plato, of Socrates, who said that music, it's a universe. It is built on the music of the spheres, and it's not just an art, but also a way of participating in cosmic orders. And Leibniz said that the music is a conscious mathematics with harmony and health of the soul, which is important. And this is how I developed my also SMS song. And so I would like to show you the song based on the poem of Alfred Nobel, who wrote it only at the age of 18 when he came first to Paris, and he wrote it in English. This is a song. It's called You Say I Am a Riddle.
You say I am a riddle. It may be for all of us a riddles unexplained, began in pain, in deeper torture ended. This breathing clay, what business has it here? Some petty wants to chain us to the earth, some lofty thoughts to lift us to the spheres, and cheat us with that semblance of a soul. To dream of immortality, to dream of immortality, to dream of immortality, till die.
I joined a rectorate of the University of Ljubljana on the project of strategic key performance indicators with good practices for the Gildan League universe of European research universities. I also became the volunteer of Socratic Lecture Symposiums because also I met in those days Veronika Krak-Iglic, who was developing her own symposium, and she did it from the year 2008 with the goal that she should develop a better attitude towards physics. And she was using this format to engage in the scientific discourse and to create social networks with interdisciplinary approaches and using arts in order to support excellence across all fields. And what I added songs like physicists, like James Clerk Maxwell, Evening Hymn.
The sun is slow descending past the far horizon's rim, a slow sky to heaven extending, so that first are waiting eyes with the foot of contemplation setting in thy darkened sky, signs of infinite creation.
I think that in this song, Maxwell already develops that idea that well-being of human, of people, is directly connected to the well-being of the planet Earth. And important in our symposium, this is a list of the songs developed, and in STEAM we talk about planetary health and well-being in our STEAM session. And we invite various countries, not only European countries, but the countries like Peru, Brazil, Indonesia, Colombia, Arabic countries, with also the participation of ex-former Soviet Union countries like Georgia, Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and we are also expanding. So the first song about Slovenian scientists also was written. It was about Baron Valvasor, based on his 15 books.
Жил барон Вальвасор 3 столетия назад, дворянин, но ученый от Бога. И когда путешествовал в разных краях, описал феномены природы и учился у всех просвещенных людей, расширяя свои горизонты. Что зачислен он был по заслугам своим в королевское членство Европы. Барон Вальвасор, мрачен угрюм этот взор, по старому Тыргу призрак пройдет, он где-то в Любляне живет.
And another prominent figure was in 17th century was in Russia with Yakov Bruce. He was a Scottish roots who created mechanical girl, a robot girl called Yashkina Baba as a physical embodiment of the artificial intelligence. It can be presented here, but it's also created with tools of artificial intelligence. Video and translation is also done by artificial intelligence.
Столетия алхимик формулу искал он формулу совершенства, чтобы создать свой идеал. Мечтал увидеть он новый облик свой женский Евы. Идеал, спускаясь с башни в пещеру, алхимик роман свой тайный напевал.
The third types of SMS, dedication and life music. Cantique for Baruch Spinoza was written by our founder of the Socratic Lecture Symposium, Veronica, with her another name. And dedication to science and arts was written for the laboratory experiment. It was written specifically for Socratic Lecture Symposium in June by me. And it was a dedication to a launch of Falcon 9, Elon Musk rocket, there were some signals that it wouldn't be a kind of successful experiment, because at the end it happened that parachute was not open, and Aggie went to the Indian Ocean. But before that, science and arts education already was present.
Voices awaken deep in stone. Pages are turning, thoughts have grown. Echoes of rhythm in the cactus frame, carving the cosmos in his name. The algae sailed beyond the healing sound. Their forms unknown, yet strangely unbound, transcending the stars. They shift, resound, and be awaiting soon. Renewed and sound, renewed and sound, renewed and sound.
Approaches. Conceptual framework with the legacy of the philanthropic figure Zupanich, whose financial contribution supported the arts within science, and with our faculty of Zdravie, so-called health sciences, with zero to zenith principle, zero knowledge of students to the highest self-realization, with theoretical framework of healing, where each letter means something from lifelong learning to the personal growth. And Socratic Lecture Symposium had more than 2,000 students that went through this form since 2008. And our STEAM publications with even forecast and foresight and futurology, how we do it through SMS method. And papers of students also related to STEAM. Basically, we are three people: Veronica, who is on the first picture, from Slovenia, Anna from Italy, and me. And Socratic Lecture Symposium, it's a free method with publication, certificate, and form of exam, with participation of professors for free, and students by invitation only, and with possibilities of projects. And this is our pictures from the recent symposiums and our methods how we practice. Also in internet, our collaborators, and this is that certification with planetary health on various competitions. And this is our journals with also created with the support of Veronica. They did pictures with also Anna, and we also collaborate with the Academy of Music on also funding some operas like Claudio Monteverdi. And this is the last fourth type of SMS on the example of Galileo Galilei. It's a small lecture, like less than 3 minutes.
Humanitarian sciences, the first name which is coming to your mind is probably Galileo Galilei, Italian astronomer, physicist, engineer, and he was also a member of the first international society that was founded in 1603, Academia dei Lincei, and in those days, Cardinal Barberini, who was a poet, a patron of science and arts, and a statesman, wrote his dedication to Galileo Galilei. And at the very end, so let not externals cheat your view. True brilliance lies in what within you. True brilliance lies in what's within you. Very optimistic. True brilliance lies in what's within you.
Hello, my name is Danilo Kozoderc and I'm coming from Symmetrist Institute Blue Workshop in Slovenia. We are STEAM center. We are working in different school, preparing different STEM activities and also working in local area, providing different STEM activities. Today, I would like to present how to develop engineering thinking and action among students in primary school. So, STEM is everywhere, but while science, math, and technology thrive in classroom, engineering often lags behind. Clear teaching methods are rare, especially for children. We believe kids deserve more than just building crafts. They should learn to think and act like engineers. That's why we are developing a hands-on program to spark engineering curiosity, problem-solving skills, and creativity from in early age. So we are focusing on engineering. Other elements of STEM, science, technology, and mathematics are inseparably connected with engineering. Without science, technology, and mathematics, engineering does not exist. When engineers design a bridge, they must take into account strength, understand forces, torque, and moments of resistance. It is therefore about interdisciplinary integration within a specific challenge. So, we are focusing on this engineering. Let's start to observe what is engineering. I prepare a simple definition. So engineering is the creative application of science, technology, math, and engineering methods to build, design, and improve systems, machine structures, or process. What means solving practical problems while balancing functionality, cost, efficiency, and safety. Of course, the definition is quite complex and show that teaching engineering is not simple. For a moment, we will draw a little bit on neuroscience. Engineering is the skill of creatively and systematically solving problems by applying knowledge, tools, and technology. As a skill, engineering combines cognitive abilities, analysis, creativity, planning with practical abilities, making, using tools, precision. It is a skill similar than football or basketball or tennis. When we have constantly looking for the optimal solutions of challenges in real time. We see one footballer, he's in action. He has to observe other players, the ball, and react immediately. In skill development, deep practice is essential. When we practice a certain skills, specific neural circuits are activated. As a signal travels through a neural pathway, a specific insulation sustaining substance called myelin wraps around the pathway. A skill is the insulation that surrounds the neural circuits. Certain signals and the frequency of those signals stimulate its growth. So we have to develop activities which enable repeat deep practice. We know what is deep practice in playing training football. We know what is deep practice in playing violin. And the same applies to developing engineering skills. So engineering skills also requires practice, deep practice. How to do this? We need rapid repeatability. We are focusing in the beginning on mechanical engineering, but all engineering disciplines has common foundations, whether it is mechanical, electrical, civil, or chemical engineering. We choose to enter the field of manufacturing products from thin plywood. This plywood is cost-effective and enable the quick and consistent productions of items, providing the foundation for focused and effective practice. And we could very fast do some solution of engineering challenge. The other tool we are using is prototyping, what means make the best at that moment. This is one important engineering methods. We make the best things we can with our current knowledge and understanding. Then we test it, and based on the result of the testing, we make an improved prototype. We learn from our mistakes and discover new STEM insights that helps us make the prototype better. We repeat this until eventually the things is good enough. Of course, with learning, we need repeatability. This making from plywood is one thing which enable repeatability, but also making things from Lego bricks enables repeatability. And what's the role of teacher? The role of the teacher is more passive. He or she encourages self-reflection. So he asking students, is this good? What do you think about this? How could you do this better? He guides the acquisition of necessary knowledge. Okay, what knowledge do you need? How could you do this better? What do you have to learn? Foster improvements to prototype. Is it possible to do this better? How could you do this that the wheels turn easily? Acknowledge what works well. Oh, this is good. Yes, this works well. You did this quite well. So the teacher is quite lazy and inefficient. Like the piano teacher when he's watching and listening how the students is playing. And now let's see some concrete tasks, some concrete exercise which will develop engineering skills. Make a cube. These are a few simple tasks for developing engineering. Make a cube from plywood. This is almost all instructions. Make a cube. Make a cube from plywood. Teacher is available, but initiative is on student side. Students start. Students plan how to make a cube. When students ends, teacher direct students to check if this is a cube, if there are right angles, are all these sides same. Students are asked to improve their cubes. Very nice exercise. Very nice, which is focused on geometry, on mathematics, and simple production. So this cube, we could make this cube on very different ways. We could make 6 squares and put together, but we have to be very focused that not all squares are the same if we want to make a cube. But we also could make more squares and put one square on another square so many times that we reach the high, which is the same as the side of the square. Pencil holder is another task. What is problem? Your pencil keeps rolling off the desk onto the floor. Make a simple holder that lies on the desk and prevents the pencil falling down. Phone stand. It's quite known thing, but for small kids could be quite good challenge. These challenges are really quite simple, and the children would need maybe 15 till 45 minutes to accomplish this task. Door stopper. The door in your room keeps closing. Do something which will stop, some small piece which will stop the door closing. Focusing on practicability, on stability. Simple, nice engineering challenge. Make a bridge is quite more complex challenge with which will take maybe 2 or 3 hours for the students will make. But the bridge we can make a bridge from paper or for plywood. From paper is more easily. From plywood is more complex. We have the span, what is the support of the bridge, and the load it must carry is defined, and this is everything. And of course, a limited amount of material and time is available. Quite good challenge. Almost the same, but a little bit more complex challenge. Make a cantilever elevator. We see here few attempts the children on the context, national context, make. This is one. One possibility, this is another, and here the children are testing this elevator if it is strong enough. So we would like in this project to connect schools and teachers, students and companies, because we know the companies need a good workers, a good technician, a good engineers. Schools need some feedback what the companies expect from the students, and students needs to work on very concrete task. The students really want to have a touch with a real world, and this real world is definitely in companies. So we really would like to empower teachers to develop engineering skills and knowledge among children and young people. We provide teacher various activities and connect teacher and schools with industry partners. We encourage students to develop engineering thinking because there is, especially in Slovenian school, I know in Slovenian school there are not a lot of possibilities to develop this engineering skill, nor in primary school, not in secondary school. We also motivate the children, the students, for STEM careers, provide practical engineering experience. Also, through this project, we foster innovation and creativity, promote sustainable engineering principles, and train for engineering teamwork. When we made a context in June this year, it was really very nice to observe team of 3 students, how they plan, how they communicate, how they were really focused in this problem. And as you saw these elevators, they made really great task, and all elevators are strong enough. For the economy and companies, yes, we also want to enable companies to co-design the engineering knowledge and skill students will learn. Contribute to great interest among young people to enable companies to connect with enthusiastic students and to contribute to the development of the economy. So here are some things we want to develop. In this program, we already do, but we are also in the way to develop. So thank you. Have a nice day and bye-bye from Slovenia.
Teaching is dead. Long live teaching. I'm Mirko Labri and we are at TEAS Summit 2025. Teaching in many societies is a power struggle. It's a constant negotiation between nation, religions, and teachers' drive toward freedom and democracy. This dynamic shapes curricula, pedagogical methods, and the very purpose of education. While states and religions often seek to use education to instill specific ideologies and maintain social order, teachers, as proponents of critical thinking and individual liberty and individual development, often work to foster a more open and democratic learning environment, either by institutional mandate, indirect personal interest, or maternal or paternal instinct, and often by a combination of all these aspects. State and religion wield significant power over education because they see it as a primary tool for cultural and ideological transmission. Their influence can be seen in several key areas. States typically establish national curricula to promote a shared sense of national identity, history, and civic values. Similarly, religious organizations, especially those that run private schools, design curricula to reinforce religious doctrine and morality. This can lead to conflict, though, such as debate over the teaching of evolution versus creationism or the inclusion of certain historical narratives. In some cases, a state or a dominant religion may use education to promote a specific political or theological agenda. This can involve censorship of certain topics, mandatory religious instruction, or the suppression or dissenting viewpoints. The goal is often to create a compliant citizenry that conforms to the established power structure. Both state and religious bodies control school funding and teacher certification, which give them leverage to enforce their educational priorities. This can create tension, especially when public funds are used to support religious schools or when regulation imposes constraints on what teachers can discuss in the classroom. Teachers, however, often operate from a different set of principles. They are tasked with preparing students to become independent thinkers and active participants in a pluralistic society. Their role is crucial in countering the forces of indoctrination. So they promote critical thinking. A core tenet of democratic education is the development of critical thinking skill. Teachers encourage students to question assumptions, analyze diverse sources of information from their own reasoned conclusions. Teachers create classroom environments that welcome a diversity of opinions, backgrounds, and beliefs. They facilitate open discussion and teach students to respect differences, which is a fundamental requirement for a functioning democracy. This directly opposes any rigid monolithic ideology. By adopting a democratic classroom practices, such as a shared decision-making and student-led project, teachers empower students with a sense of agency and ownership of their learning. Teachers serve as a role model by demonstrating fairness, active listening, and a commitment to justice. Their daily interaction with students and colleagues can be a powerful example of democratic ideals in practice, often more impactful than any textbook lesson. How this relates to artificial intelligence? From the point of view of the culmination of the process of alienation, as described by Karl Marx. One starting point is this book, In Human Power, Artificial Intelligence and the Future of Capitalism, which argue that instead of empowering teachers and students, AI is an inhuman power that serves the interest of capital. How does it serve the interest of capital? Well, first by replacing human labor. AI automates cognitive tasks, including aspects of teaching and educational administration, which can lead to the displacement of teachers and the de-skilling of their profession. This creates a surplus population of workers no longer needed by capital. Also, it serves capital by intensifying surveillance and control. AI systems are used for panoptic surveillance in school, monitoring student and teacher performances in online systems, and reproducing gender and racial inequalities. This control is not about improving education, but also about managing and extracting data from human activity for profit. Also, AI serves the interest of capital by the commodification of knowledge. AI-driven platforms turn education into a commodity. Knowledge is no longer a shared resource, but a product to be bought and sold, with personalized algorithms designed to extract data and shape student and teacher behavior to market purposes. In this view, teachers striving for freedom and democracy are undermined by a system where AI is not a tool for liberation, but an instrument of control used to generate surplus. So the book critiques the idea that AI can be easily detached from capitalism and used for a different goal, suggesting instead that a revolution of kind is necessary to prevent AI from rendering humanity obsolete in the capitalistic system. So can humans manage the inhuman, the artificial general intellect. It represents a deeper, more fundamental change in how capitalism operates. The authors of the book apply Marx's concept of the general intellect to AI. The general intellect refers to the collective knowledge, skills, and social cooperation embedded in the productive forces of society. For Marx, this was a revolutionary force that, once developed, would challenge the very foundation of capitalism by making human labor less central. Dreyer, Whitford, and others argue that AI is becoming the means of cognition, a new, powerful form of general intellect that is owned and controlled by capital. In this framework, AI in education is not just a new tool. It is an infrastructure designed to de-skill the teacher. By automating lesson planning, grading, and even some instructional delivery, AI reduces the teacher role to that of a technician or a manager of the system rather than an expert practitioner. This aligns with the capitalistic goal of making labor more replaceable and less expensive. It commodifies knowledge. Educational content and teaching methods are converted into proprietary data and algorithms. Students are not just learning, they are interacting with a platform that extracts data from their every click and response, which is then used to refine the AI and generate more profit for its owners. It intensifies surveillance and control. AI system in the classroom track student performance, engagement, and behavior with unprecedented detail. This data is used to manage and control students, but it also creates a form of panoptic surveillance over the teacher, whose every action can be monitored and evaluated by the system. This surveillance is not for educational improvement, but for efficiency and control from a capitalistic perspective. A reduction of teaching jobs produces a surplus population. Marx's theory of the reserve army of labor refers to the unemployed population that keep wages down and workers disciplined. The author of Inhuman Power argues that AI threatens to create a new kind of surplus population that is not just temporarily unemployed, but is permanently made obsolete by automation. In teaching, this would manifest in the reduction of teaching jobs. AI systems become more sophisticated, they could take over more of the instructional burden, leading to a smaller number of teachers, particularly in subjects that can be easier to automate, or can reduce teachers altogether in subjects that are substituted by automation, such as programming. They produce also the erosion of academic work, because a lot of research can be done by the AI system itself. The book doesn't end with a simple condemnation of AI. Instead, it poses a profound question. Can AI be reclaimed for different, more human ends? The author suggests that a genuine solution is not to reject AI, which would be a Luddite approach, but to expropriate AI from capital and place it under the control of society as a whole. In this vision, AI can be used to free teachers, to share common knowledge, and to shorten the working day. So ultimately, it's not a technological struggle, but again, it's a class struggle. The technology itself is neutral, but its development and use are determined by the capitalistic social relation in which it's embedded. Therefore, true liberation in teaching and learning can only come from a fundamental change in who controls the means of production, including these new means of cognition. If we look at the communist AI in the field, so to say, we can see that China has already pushed forward in education, in primary and secondary school, and has issued guidance on how to teach AI at all levels. And very recently, has issued guidelines to accelerate AI plus integration across 6 key sectors. China will differ a bit from what is being developed in other countries, in the sense that they are skeptic about large language model because of their high cost, need of high computational resources, and the persistency of hallucinations. So they have developed a diversified strategy which is more focused on diversification and the development of embodied intelligence that can interact directly with the physical world. If we look at some of the arguments in favor of AI in education, we can see that one of these is personalized learning. AI can provide truly individualized learning experiences, adapting content and pacing to each student's needs. This could help struggling students catch up and challenge advanced students with more complex material. Is it really an argument in favor? The problem with purely driven data personalization is that the student is seen by the capitalistic AI model as a data point. So students are a set of data points. And so AI might analyze the score, recommend specific content, track student projects and progress and adjust. But it misses the heart of what's learning, what makes the learning transformative. And the big question is, do we want a general AI to intrude knowledgeable and take decision in adoption, parent removal, teacher grades, and so on and so forth? A lot of social issues that are quite sensitive. So is there a solution? Well, the solution is teacher-centered network. Fundamentally change the focus from technological to a human focus. We can see that this model is definitely more effective because the teacher knows the student personally, can see beyond the data. They know when a student is struggling due to a learning disability, a rough day at home, or a lack of confidence. Collaborative expertise of teacher can make them share strategy, resources, and insight. They can build a community of practice where they collectively improve their ability, where they discuss research, experiment of teaching, different teaching methods, and provide support to each other. I suggest that the best personalized learning is not about a machine delivering content to an individual, but this approach leverages technology as a tool for teachers, not making teachers into content and methodology dispensers. Another argument in favor of AI is administrative relief. By automating routine tasks, AI can give teachers more time to focus on what they do best. Using AI to manage administrative tasks is a catch-22 issue because it increases regulation and metric by government and school district. They often add new regulation, reporting requirement, performance metrics. But these new metrics, these new rules translate into more paperwork, data entry, report writing, and meeting for teacher. So the introduction of relief tool to address teacher burnout by the administrative load. So tech company and school introduce tool like AI-powered platform to automate and streamline the task. But this tool, while helpful, often require to learn, implement, and maintain. They also generate new data that need to be analyzed and reported on, creating new administrative tasks. The focus shifts from teaching to managing the tool. Solution: reduce the administrative task, streamline reporting, simplify assessment, and most importantly, empowering teachers. Giving teachers more autonomy over the curricula and classroom management reduces the need for them to constantly seek approval or document every decision and every step. In a perfect world, a school administrative structure should be lean and efficient, serving the core mission of teaching and learning rather than become an end to itself. AI and other technology could be used to truly enhance the educational experience, not just prop up an overly bureaucratic system. And why so? Because teachers are seen as a functionary model. Teachers are often given a strict curricula to follow, with little room for adaptation. Teachers are focused on teach to the test, and this reduces the curriculum that is testable and discourages a deeper, more holistic approach to learning. They have limited control over resources, and they lack autonomy and in classroom management. The consequence of this limited autonomy provoke teacher burnout, stifled creativity and innovation, reduce student outcomes, undermine the professional identity of teacher. Teacher is not trusted to be a professional, their sense of self-worth is diminished. This damages the public perception of the teaching profession and make it harder to attract and retain talented individuals. There is a path to empower teachers, testing teacher expertise, focus on principle and not on procedures, and create a collaborative culture. So the most powerful administrative relief is to dismantle the top-down functional model and replace it with a system built on trust, professional autonomy, and collaboration. If the burn exists in the first place, is because teachers are not being treated as the professional that they are. This is even more true for countries that rely on the freedom paradigm, democracy, subsidiarity, autonomy. So instead of practice what you preach, they organize their education system on, let's call it monarchy type of power structure. And this creates certainly a great contradiction. In the last couple of years, there has been a lot of warning from key figures. Geoffrey Hinton, the Nobel Prize, spoke at the Nobel Prize banquet in December 2024. If the benefit of the increased productivity can be shared equally. We see that he doubts that this is possible. He says that there's been a lot of problems so far, the creation of divisive echo chamber, authoritarian government using AI for massive surveillance, and cybercriminal using it for phishing attacks. The possibility that in a very near future it could be used to create terrible new viruses and or other lethal weapons that decide by themselves who to kill and maim. He says that if they are created, the AI, by companies motivated by short-term profit, our safety will not be the top priority. And this is just one of the statements from one of the key figures. The list of all the people participating, Yoshua Bengio, again Geoffrey Hinton, Henry Yao, and so on and so forth, who says it's extremely important to allocate a significant portion of AI R&D budget for safety and ethical use, establish a licensing model for building cutting-edge AI models, ensure its independent auditors, and holding AI company liable, which is not quite the case because in most legislation they use mandatory arbitration, which basically spoil the consumer of any possibility of class action or to go to a real judge to decide how is the case. So yes, Geoffrey Hinton proposed to build in our AIs into the AI's maternal instinct. Maternal instinct may not be a fact of humanity, so we have to be careful of the maternal metaphor. Elizabeth Badinter in 1980 wrote a book about that, looking at the history of maternity in France through centuries. Also, it creates a false sense of security, it distracts from immediate action, and probably it's not a realistic solution. If we look at history, we've seen that a lot of tools have been created, have been marked with anathema as prohibited tools, but they are still in use. And we see already that AI is being a machine for killing in many different settings. So maybe maternal instinct, really not. And we need something probably stronger. So there is a real danger in this analogy. I hope you get a feeling of what could be the development. And if you haven't looked at it yet, go to AI 2027. It's a nice scenario for the future. Or maybe not so nice. Well, so maybe really teaching is dead. Thank you, and see you at the next summit.
Hi, my name's Sarah Margolis. I'm here to talk with you today about developing a sustainable makerspace. A quick look at the agenda so you can decide if this is a presentation for you. We're going to look at makerspaces as great, innovative learning spaces, particularly for STEM or STEAM learning. We're going to talk about what a makerspace is, how you can clarify the vision and outcomes for your space, how to best engage stakeholders, a look at imagining the space and budget and planning. We'll go over a quick case study, talk about how to sustain the effort over time, and I'll give you my contact information in case you'd like to continue the conversation, as well as all the templates and tools are included in bit.ly links at the end so you can easily access them. My name is Sarah Margolis. I currently work as a visiting assistant professor at Washington and Lee University. I have over a decade worth of experience working in educational makerspaces. I'm also an instructional coach, so I've worked with teachers and administrators in the area of literacy, mathematics, technology, and innovative learning spaces. I've also consulted with libraries and museums. Today, the objectives are only twofold. We're going to talk about stakeholder engagement, which is of the utmost importance to create a sustainable makerspace, as well as resources and planning tools you can use to help you shape your vision, create a budget, consider safety, and make an action plan. This is a great talk for you if you're looking to create a new space and maybe you're unfamiliar with what a makerspace is, but you can also reimagine and reinvigorate an existing innovative learning space. So a makerspace is basically just where people come together to make things. And makerspaces are kind of a nebulous idea because they should really be tailored to the community they're positioned within to serve that community. And so they can look a lot of different ways, but they have common characteristics. Some of these characteristics are collaborative working space, as well as easily access tools and technology. So I value makerspaces in schools because some of the digital tools and technology students might not have access to at home, but we know that it will empower them in the future in their careers. And so giving students access to tools and technology and materials they might not otherwise get access to is really exciting and important. An educational makerspace is one that exists in a traditional or non-traditional learning space. This could include a school makerspace, a community center, libraries, museums. I've worked with homeschool cooperatives who have built their own innovative learning centers and makerspaces as well. I thought it would be effective to start with the end in mind. Teachers are so good at imagining what is possible. And so to do this exercise, I'd encourage you to get a sheet of paper and a pencil or pen and think about each of these groups and what they might answer to this question. What should our makerspace look like 3 years from now? Here are groups to consider. Your administrative team, school board members or your directing body, teachers who will be using the space, students who are excited to use the space, as well as community members. You might want to pause and jot down the first thing that comes to your mind for each of these distinct stakeholder groups and begin thinking about what will be important to them as you create or reinvigorate your makerspace. When you engage stakeholders, it's really important to get to know a lot about what they want out of the space. And these, I broke it down into 4 categories: the vision and hopes for the space, the needs and priorities, maybe the challenges or concerns, as well as the resources and partnerships. And I made a one-page template that I'll share with you at the end. This can be tailored to different groups. Of course, you can adapt the questions. I also created 2 distinct surveys, one for teachers who could potentially use this space, and one for the students to get to know, for instance, Are you even familiar with what a makerspace is? How might you use it? When might you use it? What kinds of projects might you want to do while you're there? Additionally, you will want to think about creating a joint mission statement. So this would be something where everyone comes together, and by everyone I mean maybe a teacher, an administrator, a community member. You can even invite a student in if you think they're of the appropriate age to participate. And you would talk about what you want the makerspace to be. At that point, you could each draft a mission statement. Tools like generative AI can be very helpful if people don't imagine themselves as writers or are not coming from an academic background, because you can put in all the bullet points you think are important for your makerspace and get a really effective mission statement. Then you would all come back together, clarify and refine that mission statement. You can also do an exercise like a butterfly exercise where all the ideas are posted, and then people take Post-it notes or highlighters and make notes and interact with these ideas and highlight what they appreciate about what people have considered. This will bring your attention to the most important themes and ideas within your space. And then you have to take a moment and be sure that this makerspace and its mission align to the broader goals. Here are a few to consider. Things like problem-solving skills, STEM initiatives. Maybe you're working on the growth mindset with students this year. Whatever you can find to align it to your institution's broader learning goals. As you think about your makerspace, I'd also invite you to imagine and play around with ideas of what's possible. Really great resources include things like the Makerspace Playbook, School Edition. I also run a Facebook Makerspace Teachers group. I would invite you to join. I don't get anything out of it, but people come together to ask questions and share ideas and generally just share resources and encourage one another in their ventures. Additionally, things like books and newsletters obviously can be very, very helpful. My friend, Dr. Marilyn Nash, wrote a new book called A Maker's Life, where she talks about how she realized she was a maker and then includes very helpful resources within the book. Vivify has a great newsletter. Snap Circuits has a newsletter for educators. And of course, professional development groups like EASE. In terms of budget and planning, it's really a good idea to think about these three areas that can sometimes be overlooked. The first one is maintenance. Machines will need to be repaired and replaced. Also, consumables. Consumables, depending on what machine you choose, can have a very low or very high price tag. And so keeping that in mind as you plan for your school community is a really great way to begin. Another way that schools get these consumables is by asking families for donations. You can consider doing that, but you can also create in a budget line for these items. And another place to have a budget line would be for learning. Hiring experts and consultants can really effectively ignite new possibilities for your school community and their innovative STEAM learning spaces. On the budget sheets I created, I wanted to be sure to differentiate between a startup budget and an ongoing budget. So a startup budget would include all the infrastructure and systems you'll need to get your makerspace up and running. Furniture, storage, collaborative tools, things like whiteboards, maybe round tables, creative tools, and the consumables that you'll begin using. And then your ongoing budget will include things like training and learning, maintenance, consumables, replacements, and hopefully upgrades. When I think about educational makerspaces, there are certainly a few places where they lack sustainability. And the first one is having only one champion. It's so important to have a team of champions, which is why we started with discussing engaging different stakeholders. A team of champions that includes various stakeholder groups is a really effective way to sustain a makerspace, because oftentimes people who start innovative learning spaces are interested in innovation and their career might move forward quickly, which means a school can lose their makerspace champion if there is only one. But a team creates a collective and a lot of buy-in from the people you're trying to serve, and ultimately makes it a more positive learning environment. Another aspect I'd encourage you to think about is safety. I've worked with schools that have had safety issues, and it can really slow down the impact that the space could have on student learning. Problems that exist are ventilation, I would say, is the foremost concern. You need to make sure if you have a laser cutter, even 3D printers, need to be properly ventilated for safety. Also, consider high visibility. Having an open room, an open space where you can easily see everything that's going on is really important, because you want to be supervising all the tools and materials as best as you can. Additionally, having a low floor and high ceiling. I adopted this from another educator, and what it means is everyone should be able to access the materials and tools. You don't want to have things that require a lot of prior knowledge or experience, because they can be intimidating and maybe leave out certain groups that haven't had experience within a space like this. But you also want a high ceiling where kids who maybe have done something like this before or have prior knowledge can take off and extend their learning. Additionally, having a community-based space is a really effective way to gain sustainability. We know that schools can be community centers, and so by integrating things that the community does not have access to otherwise is a really powerful way to invite the community in. For instance, if a community doesn't have a 3D printer, it might be a good idea to have one in the school. Alternatively, if a public library already has things like 3D printers, maybe you should consider looking at other tools like a vinyl cutter or things that would enhance student learning that they can't otherwise access. Then, as you think about how to sustain the effort, I would encourage you to plan out and develop different leadership roles. These could include things like student ambassadors. At the school I'm working with now, we rolled out a student ambassador application. And so currently students are applying to be helpers. They'll help clean the space, they'll help brainstorm ideas for the space, and they'll also help the teacher in charge keep track of what consumables are low in stock. Additionally, you'll want some early adopters, like teachers who are really excited. They already know projects they're going to do within the makerspace. And I think inviting the community in is a really great way to invite in expertise and mentorship for students, again, who might not otherwise have access. The next piece is to think about professional development and begin with the end in mind. The school I'm working with currently, we just laid out these 3 parts of our professional development plan. So the first goal is just to gain usage. We want teachers and students to become familiar with the space, to use the space, and the lead teacher has to understand how to effectively manage the space. So initially, it's a little baby step. We just want people in the makerspace and using it safely. The second year, we will begin tying it to curriculum. So this will involve conversations with teachers who are really excited and learn how they want to use it in their classrooms and learn about projects they're already doing that could utilize the space. The third step within this is an invitation to learn. So the third year, hopefully the space will have taken off within this school community. The students will be tinkering, there will be community members in, and it's an invitation to learn and broaden the experience outside of the makerspace. We're talking about things like having mobile carts that can go to classrooms, having after-school clubs and workshops, and really engaging everyone in a broad view of making. The third part here is about feedback loops. Teachers are so good at finding ways to figure out where their students are at. So things like surveys, end of year surveys, beginning of year surveys, things like exit tickets, which could be a slip that a student fills out as they leave the makerspace, or teachers fill out as they leave the makerspace, as well as other assessments. Do you want to keep track of who's using the space when? How can you capture that? Do you want to get a glimpse of how teachers are tying it into curriculum? Imagine how you could capture that information as well. Here are all the links. I'll pause here for a moment. Here are all the links to the surveys, the budget template, and the stakeholder interview that I created for the purpose of this workshop. And I would encourage you to go in and play around with those as well and edit them and adapt them for your audience. So the teacher survey and the student survey are both Google Forms. They're very simple, they're easy to edit, and the link you've been provided will automatically prompt you to make a copy for your own use. The budget template is a Google Sheets spreadsheet where you can go in and add and delete and include the quantity of things, the price point. You can add hyperlinks if you'd like to get a really overarching view of what the budget could look like. And I've mapped it out from year one, well, really from the startup, the origin, all the way through year 3, but of course you could add years on separate sheets as well. The last tool here that I've created is that stakeholder interview, which there was a screenshot of it previously. This is basically asking all the stakeholders, hopefully, if you feel motivated, to engage in conversation with you about what they see are potential outcomes for the space, as well as maybe some challenges you haven't considered, and get everyone's perspective and point of view so you can effectively move forward. I'd like to say thank you for joining me for this session. My email is smargulis@wlu.edu if you'd like to continue the conversation. I'd also welcome you again to join that Facebook group. I know not everyone's on social media, but it's a really great place to come and ask questions and see what other people are doing in their educational spaces. So I hope that this has been helpful in aligning your makerspace vision with your school community and learning about some tools and resources to help you develop and plan for a sustainable makerspace. Thank you so much.
Ever wondered how interactive learning could transform your classroom? Introducing EASE, the European network of STEAM educators, your gateway to a dynamic world of educational simulators. Our open access simulators empower students to dive into subjects like astronomy with the Solar System Explorer, understand mechanics through 3D simulations, and explore music with our Musical Tones simulator. Each simulator encourages hands-on learning, letting students visualize concepts in real time. Plus, educators can customize and create their own simulators, contributing to our ever-growing resource library while enjoying revenue sharing. Ready to elevate your STEAM teaching? Don't miss out. Join the EASE community and unlock a new era of learning today.
Hello, my name is Anita Simak. I'm a mathematics teacher mentor in a primary and lower secondary school in Croatia. I'm really happy to be with you here today, and I'll be sharing my journey through the Widespread School Project, which is an Erasmus Plus initiative that reimagines education by taking learning outside the classroom. The presentation showcases how we at Osnovna Škola Petra Preradovića School, which is in Zadar in Croatia, embraced STEAM education, so the science, technology, engineering, arts and mathematics through interdisciplinary workshops, community collaboration and real-world exploration. I believe that all the school activities that were undertaken with the local community and institutions have provided a holistic learning experience that goes beyond the confines of the classroom, equipping our students with essential competencies and skills for personal, academic and professional success. The idea was simple, but I think very powerful, to connect all the city institutions that were willing to work with us under one shared theme, Zadar, our city, through time and history, to give students the opportunity to learn in authentic environments. We wanted to show that with this initial idea, we could move beyond textbooks and bring history, science, and art to life. Our goal was to foster cooperation between teachers, experts, and cultural institutions while helping students develop key competencies through teamwork, research, and creativity. The emphasis was on immense cooperation between our school and with as many cultural institutions as possible, with one grade 5 class of 19 students. The project involves a dedicated team of educators from various disciplines: geography, history, science and biology, the languages. One was a foreign language of German language, the other was English language, but there was the mother tongue of Croatian language and literature, mathematics, a primary school teacher, and 19 students from class 5B, so 10 to 11-year-olds. The collaboration extended beyond the school walls to museums, universities, ecological centres and archaeological institutions. This was truly a wide, community-wide effort. With every project, it's really important that there is not only curricular connection, but sustainability as well. And this was the key and the goal from the very beginning, to design workshops that were feasible in any institution and beyond that. So each activity was aligned with the curricula of all the aforementioned subjects and the learning outcomes as well of all the subjects that I mentioned previously. This learning in a real-world context really strengthens cross-curricular connections, it fosters interdisciplinarity, integrates many transversal themes, and promotes life-relevant, meaningful learning. The focus was exactly on this, how to get our students to be agents of change, active participants, learning in authentic environments, and contributing to their communities. It was really important for us to take the learning from the textbooks outside and show our students how they can really use all their knowledge gained and not only implement it, but develop upon their learning. The activities were also designed to be adaptable and expandable in other classes and schools. So even though these activities were implemented for one specific class, that was not the long-term goal. This was more of a pilot action to test our activities, see how the students responded, and create teaching units with materials that would become part of a digital handbook that can be used, implemented, and built upon for years to come. The handbook that we are designing, that is in its final stage, is intended for teachers who wish to join the project. So this is a resource for sustainability and the dissemination of best practices. Again, this promotion of sustainable development and supporting the spread of effective teaching approaches is a hope of ours that it will help all teachers who wish to be included in the project, have their own ideas, whether they're new teachers or teachers that have years of experience. That is always has always been the long-term goal of every project that we do, and especially this one. So to establish a model of cooperation between schools and the local community that can continue. So there were 5 institutions that agreed to collaborate with our school. 5 institutions, 5 workshops, 5 days of various activities, and each activity included not only a guided visit to the institution but hands-on workshops, research assignments, and the students had to document what they saw, what they learned, what they felt, all in the form of a field trip journal. This was actually a really important point that I'd like to emphasize, the fact that the children were not only passively listening to the curators or the experts at each institution, but they actually had this field journal that would stay with them throughout the whole process, in which they drew, worked on activities, they were given assignments, and this was all kept with them throughout the entire process. So they were researchers and active stewards of the past. The first institution that we visited was at the National Museum, and this was a workshop that I mentored and I decided to implement with the curator of the National Museum. Because there are many exhibitions in the museum, I decided to dedicate the afternoon to the exhibition of the 6 salon stories, and how would they interpret this exhibition through geometry and fractions in art. So how to explore the connection between mathematics and art through 2 specific exhibitions. As I mentioned, the 6 salon stories and the exhibition of photography by Vicko Zaninovic in his album about Zadar. So as you can see, these are photographs of the journals of the children. They were listening to the curator, writing down what they saw, what they felt, what stuck with them throughout this entire process. This is just a closer look of some of their drawings, but I wanted them to see how mathematics shapes artistic expression, and I gave them specific mathematical activities to work at and to work through, connecting shapes, specific geometry, fractions, decimal numbers, and all of this is becoming part of the digital handbook that I mentioned before. The second institution that agreed to collaborate with us was the University of Zadar, and specifically the Department of Ecology, Agronomy and Aquaculture. On this afternoon, on this journey, I was accompanied by 2 other teachers. One of the teachers was a primary school. She's a primary school teacher, so in the lower grades from grades 1 to 4, and the other teacher is a German language teacher. So very different fields of interest and very different subjects involved. But we wanted to show our students how the theory that they learn in class can be interwoven among different subjects. This is an interdisciplinary approach, and again, community-wide learning. The theme that we came up with the researchers and the professors and the lab assistance at the University of Zadar was the microworld of the sea, and we visited the Sfinga laboratory. These are examples of some of the worksheets that the children were given that were put into their journals, so they had to learn from the experts, write down their observations, their thoughts, why they think the sea is so important to their lives, to the local community, because our school is located on the Adriatic coast. So there were lots of drawings, there were quizzes, and all of this was based upon an afternoon of learning. They not only visited the laboratory and were shown various sea life, but they visited the diving club as well, and were hosted by professors who explained how valuable the oceans are to life on land. So this was for the children, I think, a very interesting journey, although I have to admit that each time they visited an institution, they would always say, this is the best, this is the one that we learned from the most. But in this one, they examined microscopic organisms and learnt about marine biology, phytoplankton, ocean conservation, and how everything is connected, science and their responsibility towards the environment. So very practical learning, very applicable to their lives and to the local community. The third workshop was organised in conjunction with the International Centre for Underwater Archaeology. This is a new centre which is located it's very close to our school. And in this workshop, the colleagues that participated were from the fields of geography, biology, science, and librarianship, and Croatian language and literature. And the theme that we all came up with together was winds, waves, and the enemies of wood. It was really important for us to spark an interest in our students, to get them thinking outside the box, gain an understanding of the importance of all these institutions, and perhaps get them more involved in this way as well. So with regards to geography, they studied maps, actual maps of the Adriatic Sea, and they also studied wind patterns, shipwrecks, and destructive Teredo navalis, which is also known as the shipworm. So they created graphical charts that characterize the speed and direction of winds at a certain location. There was mathematics as well. So here they had to calculate boats in the bay. That's what this activity is called. How many ships can fit into a bay of a specific area. They had to consider spacing and dimension. So this activity combines spatial reasoning with historical content. The fourth workshop was connected to Planet Earth Day. This was actually held on the 22nd of April and was co-organized with the Plantation Administration of Zadar. And here again we had teachers from various fields, not only from geography and biology, languages and mathematics, and the name of the activities and the workshops conducted that day were the Green Footprints, Planting the Future Together, and Flowers for Planet Earth Day. So in this workshop, they were taken through the local parks by experts. They learnt about sustainable harvesting, they explored plant growth, various stages of the plant growth itself, and reflected on their role in preserving The children got their hands dirty in this activity and it really enjoyed planting in front of our school, and they continue to look after and water and take care of these plants all throughout the school year itself. The last workshop was in the Archaeological Museum. Ancient Adventure, a journey through history and art with mathematics and geography. We're very lucky to be located. When I say we, I mean the school itself is located on the ancient peninsula of Zadar. So this gave me the opportunity to ask my pupils to apply mathematical knowledge. So here you can see them measuring height. They measured circumferences and areas of ancient columns, identified geometric shapes in mosaics, and calculated time spans between historical artifacts. So lots of activities that were connecting mathematics with history and geography in a very hands-on way. Again, you can see on this slide the project journals of the children, some of their drawings. There's a research in the background as well, and activities, questions that they had to answer, all connected to this specific workshop. A lot of mathematics, a lot of learning, all very interesting to them, and it gave them an opportunity to test their knowledge and delve deeper into their knowledge of mathematics. And the tangible project outcomes are also the legacy of our work and the building blocks for future generations to come, because in the teaching handbook that we are producing, there will be clearly structured lesson plans that are aligned with the national curricula. All the student worksheets, the tasks and activities that were designed for the inquiry-based collaborative learning, and templates for the field trip journal. So these are all tools for reflection and enable the students to track their experiences. Videos of each activity have been filmed, and they offer insight into the process, and they really showcase student enthusiasm and the power of school community collaboration. Posters and visual materials were the results of all the students' creativity, their expression and documentation of their journey. And another outcome that we are finishing up as I speak is a digital map of our city as an escape room puzzle. So a way to, through play, get our children to learn and explore the landmarks of our city and connect them with STEAM outcomes. This is just a quick screenshot of the handbook, which will include all the lesson plans, including target group, age group, the durational, the cross-curricular subjects that are involved, the themes, everything that you can see on this screen itself. It will be translated into English as well, so that anyone can find this resource on the internet and use it perhaps as a motivation or inspiration for their work. So these are some of the posters that the children created following their research, or displayed in our school hallways. And this is just an image of the interactive map that is being produced. Each X on the map represents the local institution that collaborated with our school on the project itself. So as a final thought, I truly believe that when teachers, students and the local community come together to not only plan but actually create learning opportunity, then the knowledge becomes alive, it's meaningful and it's lasting. Every visit to a museum, university or any institution in the city is a step towards understanding our identity, our history and the value of our community. But with any project that you do, the true success of it lies in the legacy that it builds for future. That's why we believe that every project that is undertaken should lay the foundations for sustainability, and that's why we have really aimed to creating resources that can be built upon, that remain for future generations, and partnerships that can only continue to grow. Each city can be a meeting point for schools and the local community where we all connect, intertwine, and work together. And that's what I believe, that with this project we have created something that can be shared, developed, and expanded, and that's the most valuable outcome. A school that breathes with its city and brings it into the life of its students, teaching them skills for life. Thank you for your time, for your patience. I hope that this 20 minutes has been interesting for you, that perhaps I've inspired you, or if you'd like to learn more, please contact me on this email address. This is my handle on X also, and I look forward to hearing from you and perhaps working on future projects together. Thank you.
Hello everyone, and thank you for inviting me to take part in this conference. My name is Vygantas Šlapikas and I am from Lithuania, and I teach at St. Joseph School in Vilnius City. Today my presentation is titled Kinetic Art in the Classroom, When Creativity Meets Engineering. Now I will briefly outline what I will cover in this presentation. First, I will explain what kinetic art is. Next, I will move on to the connection with the STEAM approach. We often associate STEAM projects with science and engineering, but there the main focus will be on the A, art, as a source of creativity that inspires students to think differently and to create boldly. I will also show examples of different types of kinetic art and their principles of operation, from simple designs based on balance or wind power to more complex mechanical systems. Then I will talk about how students create the moving sculptures, the materials they use, the creative process, the challenges they faced, and how they solved them. In the second part of the presentation, I will show videos of student projects. Finally, I will conclude the presentation with a summary and practical tips that you can apply in your own lessons or creative projects. Kinetic art is an art form in which movement is an essential part of the work. The idea is simple yet powerful. The artwork is designed to move, and that movement becomes part of its identity and meaning. The motion may be powered by different forces. For example, wind can move a hanging mobile or a light sculpture. Movement can also come from mechanical systems. This means using gears, motors, pulleys, or levers to make the art move. Sometimes movement happens with audience interaction. A person can touch, push, or walk past the artwork to make it move. When we talk about STEAM, we often think of science, technology, engineering, and math. But the A for art is just as important. Art is what brings creativity into these projects. I teach students to think differently, to imagine things that don't exist yet. Movement in kinetic art also connects with emotions. Students remember what they create because they feel part of it. Art also improves how students present their ideas visually. They learn to communicate through shapes, color, and design. And when we mix art with science, technology, engineering, the results become much more interesting. Finally, art gives students the courage to experiment. They can try new things without being afraid to make mistakes. And that's how real learning happens. Kinetic mechanisms work in many different ways. There are some examples you may know. Mobiles that move with the air, walking sculptures powered by wind, water wheels that turn sculptures, machines driven by gears, and artworks that respond to people's touch. Even though these artworks look very different, they share some basic principles. Balance is important. The center of gravity must be right, so the sculpture moves but doesn't fall over. There is always an energy source. It can be wind, water, human power, or a motor. The movement is often passed from one part to another using gears, bells, or pulleys. Many sculptures repeat the same movement in a rhythm, which makes them fascinating to watch. And finally, some works invite people to interact and become part of the movement. To ensure a kinetic sculpture remains stable while moving, its weight must be carefully distributed around the center of gravity. The center of gravity is the point where the sculpture's weight can be considered concentrated, and its position relative to the base of support is crucial for stability. A lowered center of gravity generally makes a sculpture more stable, as it's less likely to topple over. Achieving balance often involves adjusting the base, adding counterweights, or distributing weight evenly around the center of gravity. Now I would like to share examples of works by a few of many kinetic artists. First one, Alexander Calder, was famous for his mobiles, hanging sculptures that move gently with the air, creating shapes that are always changing. His work combined art and engineering, turning movement into a form of artistic expression. Now let's watch a short video. The artist Theo Jensen, it's a creator of the Strand Beasts, large walking sculptures powered by the wind and roaming along beaches. He calls them a new form of life, blending art. Let's watch a short video. Two more artists, Jan Tingley was known for building playful and complex machines from scrap metal. His motor and gear-driven sculptures often made noise and moved in unpredictable ways. And Arthur Ganson creates detailed mechanical sculptures that explore motion in surprising ways. His works often show how simple gears and mechanisms can produce complex and interesting movement. Let's watch a short video to see artworks. Rafael Lozano Hammer creates interactive installations that respond to the viewer's movements, voice, or even heartbeat. His works often turn the audience into an active part of the artwork. In the next clip, you will see how his installations react instantly to people around them. One more artist is Pedro de Maurienne, creates elegant, balanced metal sculptures that move with the lightest touch or a gentle breeze. His works show how careful design can make movement smooth and graceful. Let's take a look at a short clip to see how his sculpture starts to move. After seeing these examples, let's look at how my students work on their own projects. In our workshop, students usually work alone or in pairs to create their kinetic sculptures. First, they come up with an idea and a concept. Then we will discuss if it's possible to make and if we can find the right materials. Often the idea changes during the process. This is normal because kinetic art is new for them and we never know exactly where the process will lead. Sometimes we need to adjust the plan for technical reasons and sometimes for artistic reasons. When the work is finished, students are usually proud and excited about what they have achieved. Now let's see the final results. Here are some kinetic sculptures created by my students. To start, I would like to present one of my student Magdalena's kinetic sculpture, which in my opinion is the most successful work conceptually. Let's see the video. Next, I would like to share a short video with a variety of kinetic projects created by my students. They are incredibly creative, which is why their works are so different from one another. Of course, with the time and material limits we had, the projects aren't on the grand scale. But there is the creativity that really counts. Let's watch the video. To sum up, kinetic art is a great way to connect creativity with science, technology, and engineering. The element of movement makes it exciting and memorable for students. Throughout this process, they learned not only artistic skills, but also problem solving, teamwork, and how to adapt when things don't go as planned. If you want to try kinetic art in your own classroom, start simple and small. Use recycled or inexpensive materials. Test your mechanisms early to avoid surprises later. Be ready to adjust the projects if needed. Sometimes the best ideas come from unexpected changes. And finally, ask students to reflect on their work. When they explain their ideas, they understand them even better. It has been a joy to share my students' work and my own experience with kinetic art. And I wish each of you the courage to try something new and the creativity to bring it to life. Thank you.
Hello, welcome to the presentation entitled Students Create Their Own AR Stories, an Innovative STEAM Integration into English Learning. My name is Stella Timotheou, and I am an EAS member and a certified trainer for STEAM education. I am a primary school teacher in Cyprus and also a researcher at the Cyprus Interaction Lab of the Cyprus University of Technology. I am also a Scientix ambassador. I am here today to present a project we designed and applied in my school as an activity of the Erasmus project CARS, Children as Creators of Augmented Reality Stories. The CARS project aims to enhance students' digital literacy and 21st century skills through the integration of augmented reality into language teaching and learning. As part of this initiative, the 6th grade students of our public school developed their own interactive augmented reality stories, combining creativity, language learning, and digital tool use. This presentation explores how students can drive their learning within a STEAM project and also how teachers in a public school can integrate such a project into the English language curriculum. I represent all my colleagues at Agia Nava Primary School in Cyprus who worked for the success of this project and also represent all the partners of the CARS Erasmus project, the University of Malta, the Burgos University, the Science Center of Excellence, the Aurelio Gomez Escolar College, and the St. Catherine's School. Our project aimed to engage students in creating their own augmented reality stories based on the moral values derived from a traditional story from their English book. By completing this series of lessons, students would exercise oral written language skills and achieve learning outcomes and learn skills such as using previous knowledge, apply grammar rules and vocabulary, creating their own story, practicing oral language and written language skills, enhancing their digital skills, enhancing their creativity, collaboration, communication, and problem-solving skills. The project was applied for 7 80-minute sessions during the English language and design and technology and digital technologies lessons. We organized the necessary materials needed: a whiteboard and a smartboard, a projector, the mini whiteboards of the students, their course book, The Magic Box from the year 6, the classroom's computer and the computers for the students, tablets, the Stories Elements handout, the Storyboard leaflet handout, and the Zapworks platform. We set up the language to be taught, more specifically the language learning focus on the past simple tense of regular verbs in the affirmative, negative, and interrogative forms. And previous knowledge and skills include basic digital skills, such as using a computer, a tablet, or a smartphone, basic vocabulary used in narration, paragraph creation, how to build a paragraph using a thematic sentence, sentences with details and more information, and a concluding sentence. Beginning with the first lesson, we had the traditional story, The Monkey and the Shark, from the 6th grade English course book. In few words, The story presents the shark and the monkey as being best friends. One day, the shark invited the monkey to his home for dinner, but on the way confessed that his wife needed a monkey's heart to get well. Shocked but quick thinking, the monkey said that he had left his heart at home. The shark carried him back, and once the monkey was safely up in his tree, he laughed at the shark for being so foolish. In the end, the monkey's cleverness saved him from trouble and from danger. The students read the story alone, and then the teacher read it loudly. Also, the teacher asked some questions about the content of the story. Later, the students, with the help of the teacher, identified the past simple, and with some exercises in the plenary, they learned how it is formed in affirmative, interrogative, and negative form. After that, they came up with moral issues, moral values that derived from the story. The students discussed with their group mates and wrote down what moral values they could see. Some of the moral values they came up with are the following. Don't try to trick someone smarter than you. Some friends are fake. Don't trust everybody. Don't be stupid. Instead, be smart. You should be careful who you make friends with. Moving to the second lesson, each group chose one of these moral values in order to create another story based on this specific moral value. First, students had to learn the most important parts and elements of a narrative story. We used the story mountain. This is the simple story mountain, which represents the problem, the beginning of the story, the climax, the middle of the story, and the solution, the end of the story. Then the students met the more analytic story mountain figure, and they followed the steps as we can see in this picture. Students also learned about the elements of a narrative story and also completed the handout given to them. The elements are the setting of the story, the time and the place, the characters, the plot, the conflict, the theme, and the message we want to pass through our story. Students discuss their stories in their groups. They wrote down the elements of their story. They put them all together, and then they tried to create their story. They began writing their story. Each one of the students shared their opinion about the characters and the plot of the story. We can see here the students in their groups working on the stories. During the third lesson, students divided their stories into scenes in order to create their storyboard of the story. The scenes had to be very clear because it would be easier then for them to work on the augmented reality ZapWorks platform. Therefore, the stories were converted into storyboards. We can see here one of the stories in the text form and in its storyboard form. How the students created their story into a storyboard form. This is divided into 4 scenes. The next lessons were based on the ZapWorks platform training. The students began working on ZapWorks to bring into life the scenes they designed in the previous lesson. They explored ZapWorks features and capabilities. Working both in the plenary and in groups, they explored the ZapWorks platform. The ZapWorks interface looks like this. There are some tools and buttons on the top, on the left, and on the right side of the window, while on the bottom you can choose the scene you want to work on each time. While working on ZapWorks, students learned a lot of things. They learned how to find 3D objects and characters from the ZapWorks platform. They learned how to find 2-dimensional pictures from other websites or platforms such as the Pixabay or the Pexels. They learn how to find 3D objects and characters from other websites or platforms such as the Sketchfab, the Polypizza, and the Tinkercad. The most exciting for the students was that they learned how to use AI to create their own images or 3D objects and characters. They mostly used ChatGPT and Mesh AI. Students learned how to test and preview their scenes in order to see how they would look like and how they would function on their mobile devices. They learned how to add scenes and make sequences from one scene to another. And they learn how to animate objects and characters, how to resize and reposition them, and also how to add speech bubbles to make their dialogues look like a real, like their characters are talking to each other. After that, the teachers used a game in order to help the students review the past simple tense because it was important to use it correctly in their augmented reality stories in the ZapWorks platform. So we can see here playing with the students in order to remind them all the forms of the verbs in the past simple. Students also learned how to add face tracking scenes. That was very interesting for the students to see their faces into their mobiles, into their augmented reality stories. Students brought also their mobile phones to school in order to see their completed AR stories. They showed their stories to the students from other groups. They explained to them how they created some scenes or some objects and characters that the other students, the other teams didn't create. They exchange their opinions and their feedback. One week later, the students presented their work and final augmented reality stories to the students from other classrooms. We also invited other teachers from the school to watch the presentation and see the augmented reality stories of the students. And their parents were also invited and be there to admire their children's work. Students said that this project was a wonderful experience that allowed them to collaborate with classmates in groups. Throughout the process, they learned so many new and exciting things. Well, through this project, we can see all STEAM subjects being involved. Beginning with sciences, we saw students exploring moral values and human relationships. They used cause and effect reasoning, and they applied cognitive science principles of memory and structuring narratives. Technology. Students used Zapworks platform and other digital and AI tools. Engineering. Students went through the problem-solving process and also the engineering design process. Mathematics. They applied logical sequencing, proportion, and spatial reasoning in augmented reality design. Arts. They wrote and presented creative stories. Also, they designed or selected colorful images, objects, and characters to match their stories. So we can see that in this project, all 5 STEAM subjects were involved in a different way. Here are the augmented reality stories of our students. You can scan the QR codes in order to explore these stories, or you can also take a screenshot so you can scan the QR codes later. Thank you so much for your attention. If you enjoyed our project, we would be grateful for your vote.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining this session during the 4th summit organized by European Network of STEAM Educators. It is truly an honor to be here among passionate educators who share the same mission: to engage, inspire, and prepare our students for a future that is constantly changing. In the next few minutes, I'm going to share with you how can we develop interactive and engaging learning environments using the power of game-based learning and digital storytelling, approaches that boost engagement, enhance motivation, and improve learning outcomes. Because only when students are truly engaged, learning becomes an unforgettable experience. My name is Maja Videnovic, and I'm a computer science teacher at primary school Krsteni Sirkov, Skopje, and co-founder of an NGO Center for Innovations and Digital Education, DIGED, in North Macedonia. We live in a world where technology is rapidly reshaping education. Today's students are digital natives. They're used to instant access to information, multitasking, and learning by doing. So they like to collaborate. They prefer active participation over passive listening. This means that traditional teaching approaches where they should just receive information no longer meet students' needs. It is very difficult to hold students' attention for a long period. And also the knowledge that they acquire while they are just listening has a short attention span. So to create interactive learning environments that truly engage students, innovative teaching approaches are essential. And these approaches should foster deeper understanding, should develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills. Innovation in technology goes beyond simply adapting new technology. It transforms the learning into an inclusive, meaningful, and interactive experience. Students with that kind of activities become active participants. They collaborate, think critically, and are faced with real-world problems, so they're solving them. In that way, we make education both relevant and impactful. And cybersecurity is a highly relevant real-world challenge, requires teaching methods that are both interactive, engaging, and that bridge theory and practice. Yet, now we have traditional learning approaches that can't capture students' attention for a long time, and also cannot involve students actively in discussion. That is the reason why today I will present you an innovative methodological approach that blends digital storytelling, AI tools, gamification, and game-based learning to enhance cybersecurity education. It is developed as part of the project, SHIELD project. SHIELD is acronym for simulation game-based hands-on instruction for enhancing cybersecurity learning and development. It is an initiative that is part of cybersecurity capacity building for Western Balkans project implemented by eGovernance Academy and funded by European Union. This project is implemented in North Macedonia with more than 50 schools by Center for Innovations and Digital Education. That is the NGO that I have already mentioned at the beginning. And what is the idea behind SHIELD methodology? So the idea is to try to transform classroom into dynamic, discussion-driven space where students collaboratively solve realistic problems and progress through AI-supported narratives. So the blended model combines in-class teamwork with online gameplay, reinforcing the learning to go beyond classroom. And in that way, Shields offers a way to engage students in both classroom discussion and online activities. The Shield methodology is built on 3 interconnected pillars. First is blended learning. We have this in-classroom and home activities. Then we have AI-powered storytelling. And then we have gamification. They together can create personalized, engaging, and pedagogically meaningful learning experience. So, blended learning, in our case, combines teacher-guided classroom activities with self-paced AI-powered models that adapt to each student's progress. In that way, creating flexible, personalized learning pathways. AI-driven storytelling brings lessons to life through interactive real-world scenarios, and students take different roles like investigators, peer counselors, or upstanders, tackling challenges like cyberbullying while developing critical thinking and collaboration skills. And this gamification is not just about rewards. It's a core driver of engagement through role-based progression, adaptive challenges, and meaningful feedback. Students are motivated to make decisions, to solve problems, and to progress through this impactful experience. So together, these elements transform classroom into a learning environment where students actively acquire knowledge, engage, apply skills, and develop lasting 21st century competencies. So let's explore how innovative game-based methodologies like Shield can turn education into an experience that students will never forget. The Shield methodology is implemented through a series of phases that integrate teacher training, AI-driven gamification, and self-paced digital learning to create engaging, interactive learning environments. So, phase 1 focuses on teacher training, where educators learn to use AI and large language models to design interactive storytelling. During this phase, teachers create classroom-based activities guided by cybersecurity-related narrative, while at the same time they develop a digital version of the game that students can explore independently after the class. And before starting, students complete post-test in order to get information about their baseline knowledge on cyberbullying, online safety, and digital privacy. This is done by questions of the different difficulty levels and assessing both understanding and applied judgment. In the second phase, we have already implementation of this teacher-facilitated AI-driven gamified experience in the classroom. Students are faced with some problem scenario, analyze them, and solve challenges to progress through the activity, while guided discussions by the teacher help them reflect on their decision and reasoning. After that, they have post-test, similar post-test, the pre-test, to see whether students learn something through the activity. And the phase 3 moves students into self-paced, AI-enhanced digital missions that foster critical thinking, problem solving, and collaboration. So students can play this digital game, can play it individually, can play in teams, but and after the game they got this post-test delayed post-test after 1 month to see whether the implementation of this methodological approach can lead to long-lasting knowledge and skills. So, saying few words, we have teacher training, then implementing some discussion-driven gamified experience in the classroom, and after that we have this digital game the students can play without teacher after classes. As the methodology says, we first started with this teacher training. Teacher was trained how to design a game centered around a narrative connected with cybersecurity, and at the same time how to use artificial intelligence to help them in designing that narrative. And it all started with a step-by-step demonstration how to develop a game. And first they were told how to create a background story, how to use AI to do so, starting from the first prompt that they should write. For example, create me to develop a 3-level game in a style of treasure hunt or escape room, and me 3 challenges each level. It should be connected with cyberbullying in this case, for students from 13 to 15 years. And then we want narrative to happen in school, so we can have main character Sarah. Sarah is facing some problem connected to cybersecurity, and please describe challenges, describe levels, and gameplay in detail. And after that, teachers were guiding how to modify this answer provided by the AI, how to ask something else to be developed, how to be guided by the learning outcomes that they wanted to incorporate in the game, how to make balance between engagement, fun, and educational value, how to create clues that can be used in the game, how to create puzzles, and so on. So the AI supported teachers in designing 3 progressive levels, each with 3 branching challenges. And the educational escape room simulated real-world cyberbullying scenarios, requiring students to analyze social media posts, to distinguish between cyberbullying and harmless interaction, and select appropriate intervention strategies such as reporting incidents, supporting victims, or acting. So students navigate these collaborative challenges using clues embedded in digital artifacts, including social media screenshots, deep fake content, and ethical dilemma. And the success of their progress through the game will depend not on the fact that they know, but on the collaborative reasoning, emotional awareness, and problem solving with these narrative-based scenarios. And at the same time, they have developed this digital game. While the game can be developed in any platform, most of the teachers used Genially for developing the escape room style experience. And this online game enables students to consolidate knowledge, to test their understanding, and to apply strategies that they have learned alone. So the classroom time in that way can be used to foster active engagement and collaborative thinking, while the homework digital game becomes an enjoyable gameplay experience that reinforces and deepens learning. And following the SHIELD methodology, the learning experience started integrating in class. During the implementation of this project, we have involved 20 schools, 40 plus teachers. We have more than 1,000 students involved and created over 30 gamified activities. When I say 20 schools, I mean that these 20 schools, students from these schools have participated in the evaluation phase, in the testing. But here I will present the data just from the 2 primary schools, 2 secondary schools, and the results from the involvement of 224 students. And effectiveness of the implemented methodology was evaluated based on the teachers' feedback, on the feedback of the students about their perception of the implemented methodology, and their knowledge concerning cybersecurity, as we previously explained, with pre-test, post-test, and delayed post-test. So each of these tests consisted of 5 multiple choice questions with the easy, moderate, and difficult level, and it was different from previous testing because we included multiple correct and incorrect options, and this scoring system that we implemented discouraged guessing and ensured a more accurate evaluation of students' understanding. So, teachers' feedback is that teachers express highly positive attitude toward the implemented methodology, recognized its potential to transform traditional lessons into engaging, game-based learning experiences. They appreciated the approach, which combines storytelling, problem solving, and interactive challenges to promote active learning and critical thinking. And many teachers mentioned that this methodology not only supported the development of students' digital literacy and cybersecurity awareness, but also fosters collaboration, motivation, and creativity in the classroom. And furthermore, teachers evaluate its adaptability. They noted that the framework can be easily integrated in various subjects and tailored to different age groups, making it a practical and scalable solution for modern educational needs. And to evaluate students' perception of the methodological approach, we get this post-intervention survey, and students find activities enjoyable, relevant, user-friendly. Students frequently describe the games-based experiences challenging and motivating, and it's interesting that rather than feeling discouraged by complex tasks, they view difficulty as an opportunity to think critically and collaborate with peers to find the right solution. So the combination of cognitive challenge and emotional engagement foster meaningful and memorable learning experience. On the previous slide and on this one, I put also some testimonials from the teachers and students. And the results from the tests show that there is clear improvement in students' performance over the time. It is interesting that number of students' correct answer on the test is increasing all the time, and even after the 1 month, their progress was maintained and further strengthened, with the showing that the implementation of this approach leads to gain of long-lasting knowledge and skills. And overall, the results highlight the effectiveness of SHIELD methodology in improving knowledge acquisition, engagement, and long-time retention with consistent performance survey and a qualitative data supporting its potential as a scalable model for digital literacy education. So, the SHIELD methodology demonstrates strong potential for adaptable and impactful learning experience that connect knowledge with a real life context. So I can freely say that SHIELD is more than a project. It's a scalable, transformative approach that equips learners with a critical 21st century skills that they need to navigate this constantly evolving digital world. So thank you for your attention, and please feel free to reach me to share your opinion and ask any possible questions that you can have regarding the presented methodology. Thank you.
Hello, everybody, and I would like to welcome you here today to the EASE Summit, and I am delighted to be presenting to you. My name is Paula Walsh, and the focus of my presentation is on enhancing digital competence as a basic skill from early childhood. So just to give you a little bit of a background about who I am. So as I said, my name is Paula Walsh, and I am an early childhood education lecturer at South East Technological University, which is located in County Carlow in the southeast area of Ireland. I'm a former early childhood educator and manager of an outdoor early childhood preschool setting. And currently, I am also in the final stages of my PhD researching STEAM in early childhood education through Dundalk Institute of Technology in Ireland. I'm also author of the book Full Steam Ahead: Science, Technology, Engineering, the Arts and Maths in Early Childhood Education. So I thought I would just take it back to basics first and address, well, what is digital competence? So the European Council 2018, they state that digital competence is the confident, critical, and responsible use of and engagement with digital technologies for learning at work and for participation in society. So if we all just even look around where we're sitting right now, well, you're probably at a laptop or on a tablet or a smartphone, which is a digital technological tool. We need to be able to use it responsibly. We're participating together today as members of society for work and for learning. So what we're doing right now requires digital competence. So the EU Commission Union of Skills document, which was published earlier this year, so it promotes digital competence as a basic skill, which is crucial for lifelong learning, navigating daily life, and active participation in society. And this is also reflected in the EU STEM Education Strategic Plan. And when we're educating children in early years or primary and beyond, digital competence is something that we really do need to think about and incorporate into our pedagogy. Because when we think about daily life and navigating daily life and being active participants, well, children need digital competence to do that just as much as we do. So in terms of children maybe getting their pocket money on a Revolut card, experiencing money being spent in a contactless way and doing that themselves. Maybe they have a library card, and when they go to the library, there's a radio frequency ID or RFID tag on the library books, and they just scan them out themselves. Also, they engage with games on devices. They engage in learning tools with digital whiteboards in their classroom. So they do need an understanding of digital competence to be active 21st century citizens and to navigate daily life. So digital competence in early childhood. So just to highlight why it's so important, going back to my own childhood in the 80s, I used to watch a cartoon called The Jetsons, which was originally broadcast between 1962 and 1963, but I'm not that old, thankfully. But it was still running on TV when I was a child in the 80s. And I remember watching The Jetsons. It was about a family who lived in space. And I just thought that some of the things they did and some of the things that they had in their home were just so crazy and far-fetched that there was no way I would ever see these in the real world and in real life. So the Jetsons had a flying car. Okay, we're maybe not there yet in terms of flying car, but their car certainly didn't run off petrol or diesel. They had a robotic housekeeper in their house. And you can see Mrs. Jetson here engaging in a video call with her husband, Mr. Jetson, there on the screen, while the dog is being pulled around by the robotic wireless vacuum cleaner that she's controlling from the comfort of her chair. So as a child, I just thought that these were innovations that, there was no way they were ever going to happen. They were just too far-fetched. However, when we think about today's world and what children are experiencing today, well, we have electric cars. They may not fly yet, but they certainly, are similar to that in the Jetsons in that they don't use petrol or diesel, and they can be charged using electricity. You may have gone to a restaurant and experienced a robotic waiting staff. I know I have. Children have experienced and people engaging on screens, whether it's with their friends, for older children, or even with the younger children. Maybe during COVID, they would have engaged with their family members, maybe grandparents and cousins, talking to them over a screen on a video call when they couldn't see them in person. And also maybe they have a robotic vacuum cleaner in their home. So these things that I thought in the 80s were just impossible to develop. Here they are and children are exposed to them. So children in early childhood education today witness and experience these things in daily life. So digital competence is really integral to being and participating in life. And that's only going to become more important as more technological advancements and AI become more embedded. So in terms of digital competence for children, the European Council talks about having digital competence being the knowledge, the skills, and the attitude. But it's important to distinguish between them, especially when we're thinking about children in early childhood. So children might have the skills. I mean, all children, will try, even babies will try and use their fingers to zoom in or out on a screen. They're developing that skill very early on because that's what they're seeing in the world around them. So they may have the skill to complete a certain digital task, but they might lack the knowledge and the context and therefore the critical approach to performing that task. So they may not necessarily be able to differentiate between something which is safe and a danger online, for example. They could maybe have difficulty nowadays, especially in interpreting if what they're seeing and hearing is real. It could be AI generated. So there's knowledge and skill and attitudes that they also need in terms of a critical approach, and digital competence can support children to develop that. So coming back for a few minutes to STEAM, so as we know, it's science, technology, engineering, the arts and maths. And by incorporating STEAM activities into early childhood education with young children 0 to 6, we can support them to develop that knowledge, skill and attitude which they need to be digitally competent. And as I'll highlight later on, we can support them to do that even without using screen-based digital tools with young children. So my definition of STEAM that you will find in my book, Full Steam Ahead, is that STEAM is an approach whereby knowledge is intentionally combined from across 2 or more of the science, technology, engineering, the arts and maths domains. This knowledge is then combined and transdisciplinary knowledge is practically applied to create, innovate, build new knowledge and problem solve. So just to highlight what that looks like in the real world, and how STEAM is transdisciplinary, and then how that transposes onto early childhood education practice. Well, if we think about some of those STEM domains within STEAM, how they engage the arts in a transdisciplinary way. So if we think about an engineer who might be designing a bridge, that engineer needs to think about the calculations, the angles, design thinking, designing the bridge to be weight bearing and load bearing, but also to look good and be aesthetically pleasing. They might use software in their design, computer-aided design software, for example. They need to have an understanding of the science behind the environment and the weather, so that is the bridge going to be located in an area where there could be a possible earthquake, and they might that would impact their choice of materials that they would use. And also thinking about the arts domain, careers in the arts domain, and how they draw upon the STEM areas in a transdisciplinary way. So if we think about a sculptor, the sculptor needs to have an understanding of mathematical calculations. What length should a human arm be? Even the basics, how many toes, arms, fingers does a human have if they're creating a sculpture of a human? Or even scaling things up and down, bringing things from 2D to 3D, when they scale, a sculpture of a human up into a larger than life size, having it proportionate to be reflective of a real person. So that's drawing upon, mathematics, science and engineering concepts, even within, in a transdisciplinary way, even when the main focus of the activity or the career is an arts-based domain. So just transposing that then onto children and their play in early childhood education. So if we think about the building a bridge and the engineer building a bridge on the previous slide, for example, and we think about children using blocks to build a bridge or to build a tower. Well, they're like the engineer. They need to think about height, amount, shape, size, design thinking. What do I want my bridge to look like? What color blocks am I going to use? Gravity, color, pattern, symmetry, weight bearing. Perhaps they're going to try and see, can they balance something on it afterwards? So it's very similar to the engineer in real life. So by using block play, for example, children can develop skills similar to those that an engineer would need, and skills that are transdisciplinary from across the other STEAM areas. So similarly, if a child is playing with Play-Doh, and we're thinking of the sculptor, so and somebody working in the arts domain, well, when the child is being the sculptor with Play-Doh, they're engaging in sensory play, they're experiencing the science behind how things feel and touch and the senses. They're thinking about maths, size, shape, texture, science behind mixing things, mixing the ingredients maybe to make the Play-Doh, or mixing different color Play-Doh together as an experiment to see what the result will be. They're thinking about colors and shapes, conservation, form, attributes, and mass. So in terms of conservation, thinking about, Piaget's theory of cognitive development and understanding that if I have a ball of Play-Doh and then I squash it down, is it the same size still? Yes, it is, and how we can support children to develop those cognitive skills. So very much playing with Play-Doh in early childhood education, the child can become the sculptor and draw upon knowledge and skills and dispositions relative to all of the STEAM domains in a transdisciplinary way as well through their play. So what's the value of STEAM in early childhood education? Well, in terms of policy, We see STEAM being more prevalent in education and policy and practice, from early childhood education through to primary school and secondary school and beyond. And this is reflected in the EU STEM strategic plan for STEM education, the Union of Skills documents, and also I know here in Ireland in our national educational policy documents as well. In terms of agency, well, STEAM activities help children to develop the skills and dispositions which they need to actively engage and have influence on their world, both now and into the future, including digital competence. In terms of citizenship then, well, by bringing STEAM activities into early childhood education, we're reflecting children's lives and culture as 21st century global citizens through those STEAM activities and supporting them to be active citizens, which is part of the basic skills which the EU Commission says we all need in our lives. They talk about needing digital competence and the skill to be active citizens. To meet global challenges, so if we think about building children's awareness in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals and fostering empathy relative to the environment, so that children have an awareness of the challenges of the world they live in and how they can be active participants and make a real impact on the world around them, and to appreciate the world around them. So, for example, if we're sowing seeds for fruits or vegetables or flowers with children in the early childhood setting, and then maybe we make a simple water butt, which would be creativity and engineering, the children observe how much rainwater falls and measure it out, which would be maths, and how much they collect in the water butt. And then they use that to water the plants and the flowers and the fruits and the vegetables that they've planted. And then they harvest them and they eat them, or they use them for, make paint out of strawberries, or, paint with the flowers, or make collages with the flowers. So we're bringing STEAM activities there that also show children how the world around them works, how the certain things to do with the environment and climate change work, and fostering that empathy and care for the natural world and the natural environment, as well as understanding things like food production and where our food comes from. And also in relation to the STEM or STEAM gender gap. So if we think about the STEM careers within STEAM and how there's a gender gap in terms of the amount of girls who take up these STEM careers later in life, well, research has shown that children actually begin to develop a sense of their ability in the STEM areas, such as maths, for example. They begin to develop a sense of their ability in those domains linked to their own gender in the early years. And research has shown that girls tend to see boys as better mathematicians in early childhood than they are. I apologize if you can hear my cat meowing in the background. So in terms of STEAM and digital competence in children, then, STEAM activities will give children the tools that they need to engage in the modern world around them and to feel capable and confident as learners and 21st century citizens. STEAM supports children to be problem solvers and critical thinkers, to ask questions and challenge answers and not just take things on face value, which is really, really important element of today's world. STEAM supports children to hypothesize, to predict, to ask questions, to think about what will happen if, to observe, and to experiment, and also to work together in collaboration and teamwork. If it's rained outside and the children go outside and they maybe use some tires and planks of wood to try and build and construct a bridge, they work together. They work together because they're heavy. They have to lift them and move them. Do you think it's long enough or high enough? Can we balance on it? How can we make it more sturdy? They can work together and be critical thinkers and collaborators as a team to solve a problem and to innovate and be imaginative. So in terms of experiential STEAM, then, if we think back to STEAM and constructivism and children constructing a cognitive understanding of the world around them, thinking about Piaget's theory of constructivism, and then building upon that, we have STEAM and constructionism. So Seymour Papert's theory related to constructionism and a hands-on engagement with materials to problem solve or engage in problem-based learning, to actually impact the world, to build something, to create something using the knowledge that we gained through constructivism, but then putting it into practice with our hands in a real way to build something, create something, and problem solve. So that's constructionism. So STEAM can be introduced to play-based learning in early childhood in numerous ways. So for example, by providing materials and resources, we see the children in the image here with magnifying glasses, for example. Through our language and our interactions with children, so providing them with words related to the particular area of STEAM, whether they're science-focused words or whether they're technological words or maths words, or even just asking open-ended questions, which is a very powerful way to encourage critical thinking and problem solving through STEAM-based learning. So now I would like to address the fear of technology and screen time because especially with children, young children in early childhood, educators, in my experience of practice and my lecturing and my research, early childhood educators do hold a fear around introducing technology because they think of technology must mean screen devices, and then we have the concern around the impact of too much screen time. But Sharpan 2012 makes a fabulous point when she talked about technology being more than digital. So just to remember to think about technology in a really, the most expansive and broadest sense of the word. So technology is just a fancy word for tools. Adults tend to think of technology as digital equipment, but crayons and pencils are tools, and rulers, magnifying glasses, scissors, zippers, and even dump trucks are also tools. So when we bring tools into the environment in this unplugged way, we're also bringing in the technology element of STEAM. And if we're supporting children through these unplugged, non-digital technological tools to be critical thinkers and problem solvers, well, then we are also supporting them to develop skills they will need to be digitally competent and to critically think about how they're using digital tools. So an example, so we could introduce robotics and AI to young children in terms of, we have a B-bot here, so you can program it to follow the map or the color-coded directions. But if we either can't afford to bring those resources in, or we don't want to bring in digital resources, or maybe we have robotics with screens and we don't want to bring them in, that does not mean that we can't incorporate robotics and AI in our early childhood practice. So for example, we see buttons and foil and glue, boxes and cardboard tubes here. So we could present the children with an opportunity to use junk art materials to make junk art robots, asking questions about what does a robot do? What's that button for? What would you program your robot to do if you had a robot? Does it need sensors? How does it power up? How do we charge it? All of these things. So introducing through junk art, non-digital tools, and also our interactions and our language, we can talk about and introduce children to concepts to do with robotics and AI. We can ask open-ended questions, or we could play follow the code with color sheets on the floor, and instead of having a B-bot or some other type of robotics equipment, the child can be the bot and they can follow the directions and follow the code, which is sort of early programming skills and still thinking about, computing and technology. And we can introduce STEAM words into our interactions, such as robotic, AI, automatic, program, sensor, function, and coding. So also to think about representing the child's world in the early childhood environment and the resources and materials that we put in there. So for example, children are less likely to encounter money in the forms of cash, coins and notes. We have we're moving more and more towards a cashless society. So we should represent this in the early childhood setting. So you can get a play-based version, a toy version of a card machine and contactless cards. Or if you don't have the resources to buy something like that, just print off the contactless icon and laminate it, stick it on the side of the cash register in the play shop area of the early childhood environment, and get some, plastic, perhaps old gift cards that you've already used, bring them in, and the children can pretend that they are contactless cards and they can use them when they're spending money in the shop area. And we can use them alongside the toy coins and notes in the cash register, not instead of them. But we can use both the tangible in terms of the coins and notes and also money in the concept sort of non-tangible sense to support children to understand that money is a real thing. So to understand the abstract concept of money in a contactless way that we can't necessarily see, using concrete materials such as the contactless card, the contactless machine, and coins and notes in the play cash register. So representing how they experience money being spent in the real world. So just coming back before the end about enhancing digital competence with children. So I spoke about STEAM and bringing it into early childhood experiences, even without bringing digital devices and screen-based devices into our practice with young children. We can still, through unplugged tools and technologies and other STEAM activities, support children to develop the skills, the knowledge, and the attitude to be digitally competent. So we can support children to develop the skills they need to be digitally competent, such as critical thinking and problem solving, thinking about, digital safety, or in terms of, can they believe what they hear and see in a digital environment? Is it safe? We can support children to build on their knowledge by representing their world and supporting them to be creative and innovative. And also, STEAM activities can support children to foster a positive attitude towards technology and digital devices, and just in general, by helping them to be resilient, supporting them to be collaborators, team workers, and to support them to share ideas and foster empathy about the world around them and have a positive attitude about sustainable development, for example. So I'd just like to finish up by saying thank you for listening. And you can reach out to me on LinkedIn at Paula-Walsh, or my Instagram is PaulaWalsh77, or you can email me at paula.walsh@setu.ie. And you'll find all the details on my social media around how to obtain my book, Full Steam Ahead, which is full of practical ideas on incorporating STEAM activities for young children, including lots of non-digital technology ideas, as well as all the other STEAM areas. So thank you for listening. Enjoy the rest of the EASE Summit, and these are my references.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we present the summit declaration and close these enriching 2 days together, let us remember the power of collaboration and shared purpose. The achievements and inspiration witnessed at the 4th European Summit of STEAM Educators prove that when united, we can accomplish far more than any one of us could alone. I warmly invite you to join EASE, the European Network of STEAM Educators, where educators connect, innovate, and amplify their impact across Europe and beyond. This summit stands as a remarkable example of what our collective efforts can achieve. Thank you for your commitment, your engagement, and for being part of a community that is shaping the future of education through STEAM. Together.
We, the educators, visionaries, and practitioners in science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics, STEAM, stand united in our shared commitment to shape an inclusive, adaptive, and ethical future for education. At a time of unprecedented technological transformation, we recognize both the promise and the responsibility this moment demands. The role of the STEAM educator is not simply to deliver content, but to guide, inspire, and empower. As STEAM educators, we are not just transmitters of knowledge. We are architects of a future where science, technology, art, and humanity coexist in harmony. We empower students to become creators, problem solvers, and ethical innovators in a world shaped by rapid technological change. We develop their digital, creative, and critical thinking skills, the skills they need not just to survive, but to thrive in a tech-driven world. We emphasize collaboration, reflection, ethics, and empathy as essential elements of every STEAM project. We embrace innovation without abandoning ethics. We integrate AI into learning, but never stop nurturing curiosity. We teach across disciplines without losing sight of the human dimension. Education is a complex puzzle, yet together we can build it with vision, with courage, and with heart. At this pivotal moment for global education, STEAM education must act as a bridge, connecting disciplines, linking technology with humanity, and bringing real-world relevance into the classroom, boldly embracing digital skills, AI, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration. As learning environments evolve, we must not only integrate new tools, but also foster digital confidence, cross-disciplinary collaboration, and the culture of innovation. By nurturing the ethical, creative, and purposeful use of AI, we can ensure it becomes a force for inclusion and progress, not exclusion, bridging the gap between technological proficiency and creative exploration. Our classrooms must be places where curiosity thrives, where dialogue sparks innovation, and where students are not just users of technology, but imaginative co-creators of the future. We must also acknowledge the critical role of informal learning environments, such as makerspaces, fab labs, and libraries, where STEAM educators can nurture creative mindsets and real-world skills. We fully endorse the strategic goals outlined in the European Commission's Union of Skills Digital Education Action Plan and STEM Education Strategic Plan. These frameworks provide a bold vision for transforming education systems to meet the demands of the 21st century. Our vision is to empower every learner in Europe to engage in creative, critical, and meaningful STEAM experiences, equipping them with the skills and values needed to thrive in a world shaped by constant change. Our mission is to foster a collaborative and inclusive network of educators who share knowledge, support innovation, and champion equity and creativity in education. We believe that equity and inclusivity are not optional, they are fundamental. STEAM education must reach every child, including those from underserved and disadvantaged communities. STEAM should serve as tools for empowerment, opportunity, and freedom. To educate today means to offer every student the chance to discover their potential, to fail without fear, and to learn resilience. We must teach them to never give up, because the future is built one step at a time, together. STEAM education is evolving in inspiring ways, becoming more interdisciplinary, creative, and sustainability-driven. We envision classrooms where students are not passive consumers, but active creators and problem solvers, where curiosity drives learning and dialogue sparks innovation, where the arts are not an afterthought, but the heart of STEM, inspiring imagination, expression, and emotional intelligence. We call on educators, policymakers, and all stakeholders to join us in this mission, to invest in inclusive and future-ready STEAM education, to support teachers with the tools and trust they need to innovate, and to create learning environments that reflect the best of what humanity and technology can achieve together. This includes fostering intersectoral collaboration through policies that promote partnerships between schools, universities, industry, museums, and NGOs. By embedding education in community and real-world contexts, we can enrich learning with diverse expertise and resources, bridging theory and practice for every learner. We also demand continuous investment in professional development for STEAM educators, equipping them with the skills to confidently guide students through an ever-evolving digital landscape with creativity, critical thinking, and ethical awareness. Together, we can transform education into a more engaging, dynamic, and inspiring experience that empowers the next generation of STEAM leaders. The future of STEAM is bright if we shape it with intention, awareness, and heart.